Freshwater West Beach on the Pembrokeshire coast. The wind and waves here are often described as surfing paradise, but if planners get their way, it could also one day play an important role in electricity supply, although you'd never know it to look at it. They want to run a huge undersea underground power cable between the Republic of Ireland and South Wales, effectively plugging one country into another.
Interconnectors have a proven ability to lower prices for consumers at both ends. So in this case, it would certainly be benefiting from potentially lower price Irish power. Ireland has a significant amount of renewables now, and when the wind blows or the sun shines, they can export wind at a low price, which will lower prices for Wales.
The cable's set to start 200 kilometres in that direction out towards Cork before travelling under the sea and coming up somewhere on the beach here. At a cost of 400 million euros, it aims to deliver electricity of 500 megawatts through the cable, enough to power an entire station. The idea of running power cables under the sea is nothing new, using specialist ships to effectively roll out the wiring in a pretty similar way to how you might wind out your garden hose. But this feat, if successful, would be the first of its kind in South Wales, joining up with existing cables as countries try to make better use of any spare energy, although not without first checking this unique area of seafloor.
Sea grasses, for example, we try to avoid that, disturbing the bed of the sea. Once the cable is buried and the natural backfill of the soil covers the cable, it's well protected for the next 40 years.
The company behind the idea, Greenlink, argued that it could offer energy security across both sides of the sea, shifting enough electricity to power almost 400,000 homes. But any construction phase is still some way off, with planning permission being targeted early next year and then construction hoped to finally begin sometime around 2020.
Germany's shift towards more sustainable energy has put renewables in the spotlight. By 2050, it aims to source at least 80% of its electricity from replenishable sources, such as solar and wind. And by 2022, it will phase out its remaining nuclear power plants, which are primarily in the south. Wind turbines are most common in northern Germany. At times, they generate significantly more electricity than is consumed, resulting in a regional power surplus. However, the largest demand centres are in the south, which will soon face a power deficit. Ensuring consumers and businesses enjoy a reliable supply means new infrastructure must be built to transfer electricity to areas of need. One such project is Ultranet. The point-to-point line will transmit electricity some 340 kilometres from Osterrad in the north of Germany south to Philippsburg, where it will be fed into the grid and distributed. By 2023, Ultranet will be extended to the coast to tap into wind farms in the North Sea. Ultranet is innovative, high-voltage transmission. It has an important pilot project role because Ultranet will be incorporated into existing lines used for alternating current. However, it will transfer high-voltage direct current or HVDC. Now we need to back up a step. What is HVDC exactly? Not only is it direct current, but the voltage is much higher than the 50 Hz voltage in Germany's AC grid. The benefit of this approach is that direct current can be transported long distances without interruption and with minimal losses. Plus, it raises the capacity of existing transmission lines and, importantly, electricity can be moved in both directions. The direct current is converted at each endpoint into alternating current, so electricity can be fed into the AC grid. HVDC technology is already deployed in over 20 countries. In Germany, HVDC infrastructure is being expanded, helping to increase reliability. The Ultranet project makes a key contribution towards the government's green energy goals. Moreover, it requires very little new land as the same towers and footprint will be used for both direct and alternating current. That's good news for the region between Osterrad and Philipsburg. The capacity of the line will be improved without significantly changing its appearance or environmental impact. Instead, a few sites will simply require taller towers. For the foreseeable future, electricity from fossil fuels will remain an important aspect of dependable power supplies. Consequently, Ultranet will also transmit electricity from these sources to the south of Germany, and in future, solar energy from the south will be sent north. Before the Ultranet project is implemented, it has to undergo a two-step approval process. First, the German Federal Network Agency identifies an approximately 1,000-meter wide corridor. This is used in the second step as the basis for more detailed planning of the transmission route by the transmission system operators called TSOs. This more precise path must be approved by the network agency. Ultranet will be built by TSOs Amprion and TransnetBW. Members of the public are welcome to become involved at any phase and discuss questions and concerns with TransnetBW. All in all, Ultranet makes a vital contribution to the future of renewables in Germany.
Windstrom, Sonnenstrom, Biomasse, Geothermie. Erneuerbare Energien werden Atom- und Kohlestrom immer weiter aus unseren Netzen verdrängen. Unser bisheriges Stromnetz ist für den steigenden Anteil erneuerbarer Energien jedoch nicht ausgelegt. Vor der Energiewende wurde das Stromnetz zentral aufgebaut. In der Nähe von Großstädten und Industriezentren wurden große Kraftwerke errichtet. Diese versorgten die Ballungsgebiete auf kurzem Weg mit Strom. Erneuerbare Energien werden hingegen dezentral dort produziert, wo häufig der Wind weht oder die Sonne scheint. Außerdem gibt es nicht wenige große, sondern viele kleine Kraftwerke. In den kommenden Jahren wird es in Deutschland immer mehr dieser Windräder, Solaranlagen und Kleinstkraftwerke geben. Die Herausforderung: bereits heute kann unser Netz den dezentral erzeugten Ökostrom häufig nicht mehr abtransportieren. Windräder müssen dann auch in windreichen Zeiten abgeregelt werden. Die Lösung? Überregionale Höchstspannungsleitungen wie Südlink, die wie ein Staubsauger große Mengen an grünem Strom aufsaugen und ihn flexibel dorthin leiten, wo er gerade benötigt wird. Mit moderner Gleichstromtechnologie transportiert Südlink Energie vom windreichen Norden zu den Verbrauchszentren im Süden oder bei Windflaute auch vom sonnigen Süden in den Norden. Und selbst in Zeiten mit wenig Wind und Sonne hilft Südlink, die Versorgung aus regenerativen Energien zu sichern. Durch die Anbindung an die Nordlink-Stromleitung speist Südlink, je nach Bedarf, Wasserkraft aus Norwegen in das deutsche Stromnetz ein. Im Zusammenspiel mit weiteren Höchstspannungsgleichstromleitungen wie Südostlink und Ultranet garantiert Südlink eine sichere, flexible und verlässliche Versorgung mit Strom. Bei jeder Wetterlage, 365 Tage im Jahr.
The Project Hydro Pump Storage System in Amphilohia is being developed by Terna Energy, a company with a strong and successful presence in the field of renewable energy sources, both in Greece and abroad. The project is located in the western Greece region, prefecture of Attala Karnania, municipality of Amphilohia, Valtos province. It is characterized as a project of common interest because of its high importance to the European energy market. Both the technical studies and the environmental impact assessment are co-financed by the Connecting European Facility program. The project is also considered as a strategic investment for Greece. hydro pump storage is considered as the only low-cost and effective method of mass energy storage in the world. It is environmentally friendly and can be easily developed in areas where the topography and water reserves allow for it. In Greece, the Public Power Corporation has built and operates 2 such plants. This investment upgrades the existing infrastructure and power systems. The project's design includes the construction of 2 independent upper reservoirs, Pigos and Ayusioyos, while the existing Kastraki Lake will serve as a lower reservoir. 2 independent energy production and pumping stations will be constructed. Ayusioyos will host 4 reversible units, and Pigos 2 reversible units. The system will store energy surplus during hours of reduced demand by pumping water from the lower to the upper reservoir. During peak demand, it will produce energy by utilizing the water's potential as it runs through turbines from the upper to the lower reservoir. Hydro pump storage systems safeguard the grid by providing ancillary services related to frequency and voltage stabilization alongside quick and flexible responses to sudden changes in electricity demands. Consequently, the provision of ancillary services to the grid facilitates the penetration of intermittent renewables. Hydro pump storage systems contribute to a considerable reduction of pollutants and greenhouse gases since they do not use polluting fossil fuels during operation. The areas that will host the facilities will benefit in various ways, both by the increase of visitors and the development of new and existing infrastructure. In addition, around 900 people are expected to be employed, directly and indirectly, during the construction phase, while a variety of machinery and raw materials will be utilized. During operation, local specialized and auxiliary personnel will be employed in 60 new jobs. In terms of public consultation, a series of informative events and communication activities took place to inform the local community about the project. Hydro pump storage projects, like all hydroelectric projects, have very high domestic added value and contribute significantly to the Greek economy. The project will provide flexibility and stability to the Greek electricity transmission and distribution network, as well as significant ancillary services. This investment is a crucial step towards Greece's non-independence from imported fuels and can support the country's return on the growth path.
Kurzemes loks ir viens no vērienīgākajiem elektropārvades stiprināšanas projektiem kopš Latvijas neatkarības atjaunošanas. Ar jauno 330 kV līniju loka noslēgšana būtiski uzlabo energoapgādi Kurzemē, kā ikdienas situācijās tā vētru gadījumos, un ir arī novērsta līdz šim iztrūkstošā jauda Kurzemē, tādējādi palielinot arī jaunu pieslēgumu pieejamu. Tad šodien mēs varam novērtēt vienu darbu, kas ir pilnībā un godam pabeigts. Kariņkungs, lūdzu, vārds jums.
Šis ir viens ļoti svarīgs notikums mūsu valsts ilgtermiņa attīstībai, lielā nozīme. Viņš ir, iedomājamies, kā tādu lielo automaģistrālu, kas ir uz šiem balstiem. Viņš nodrošinās to, ka nākotnē mūsu ekonomikai attīstoties un mūsu ekonomikai elektrificējoties, mums būs iespējas, arī visas nākotnes slodzes nodrošināt.
I'm pleased to see that the Connecting Europe facility from which we contributed to this project contributes to the implementation of the strategic infrastructure project in Latvia and for the Baltic region in general.
Šis projekts sastāvēja no 3 daļām. Faktiski viss šis projekts ir ļoti veiksmīgi realizēts. Kā jau tika minēts, gan termiņos, gan arī attiecīgi budžetā. Kā man prieks visus jūs apsveikt un izteikt lielu pateicību jums par līdzdalību šajā projektā.
Šobrīd es aicināšu visus 3 kungus simboliski ieslēgt kurzemes loku. Šādi ar vienu slēdzi gluži nevar kurzemi pieslēgt un atslēgt no elektrības, bet simboliski mēs to darīsim. Tad visi 3 kopā. Lūdzu.
Noskaitīs. 3, 2, 1.
Ir.
Good morning, everybody. So 9 o'clock in the morning seems to be always quite a painful start in the day. Can I ask everybody to move in the front? Feels like being in school with people in the back and. Thank you very much. The ones that are scared, I promise I'm not going to interrogate you. Yeah, you can use the first line, doesn't matter. It's reserved for speakers, but the speakers are here. Yes, reserved for you, let's put it this way. Take it easy. Thank you very much. So, welcome. This is a panel about how do we deliver better projects. And what does it mean, better projects? We will find out in this conversation. As it is the first panel of the morning, we are going to try to run this in a more dynamic way, so that I will try to get your questions, your input in between the conversations with the panelists. If I don't see you because the light is right in my eyes, it's a bit, just shout. We will work with that. So first, a very brief presentation about myself and who I represent. My name is Antonella Battaglini, and I am the CEO of Renewables Grid Initiative, in short, RGI. RGI is an association of transmission system operators and NGOs, many of them environmental NGOs from across Europe. We cover mainly old Europe, but we are expanding towards the Central Eastern part of Europe. At least our ambition is like this. And the reason why we came together was because we realized that renewables are going to grow. We are 10 years old, and we still, 10 years ago, we knew very clearly that there will be much more renewables. And these renewables have to be somehow transported, or the electricity generated, transported to where it is needed. And so we need grids. Apart from the TSOs, I can assure you that 10 years ago, no one was talking about grids. It was as interesting as watching paint dry on the wall. That was the general opinion. Now grids are a major topic, because we see that they represent bottlenecks to further renewable growth. And so today we are going to talk, how do we deliver better project on the ground? How do we make sure that the project that we realize on the ground are done in ways that build trust and enable the next project to be deployed? And of course, this means that we want to build only the projects that we absolutely need, with the least impacts on people and on nature. And how do we do that? We are going to shop around for ideas with our panelists, but also with all of you, and see if at the end of this 1 hour and a half, we have some recommendation for the new commission on what are the actions that have to be put in place. I'm going to introduce the panelists one by one. Start with Paola Abreu. She is head of unit as C1 in charge of renewables. And Paola, you have more or less 5 minutes for laying out a plan of what are your main activities for the next, you in the commission, but mainly your unit in the next year or so.
Thank you very much, Antonella, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to join these PCI Days. This is the first time for me. Congratulations also for the venue. I'd like perhaps to start by recalling that we have a new commission, which actually today will have the very first meeting, the first college meeting. And as our president, Mrs. von der Leyen, indicated in her political guidelines, the Commission is working towards achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. So this means that we will need to ramp up activity, action, in order to decarbonize our economy. Looking at renewables, this is a sector I'm responsible for. We are talking about figures like today's 35% renewables in electricity. We will need to reach by 2030 something like 55% or even more, and then going to much higher figures of renewables in electricity in 2050. So there will be a major planning necessary to enable these larger shares of renewables in electricity. But I'd also like to introduce another element here, which is the fact that we need to decarbonize our economy, but not everything can be electrified. So for sure, Europe will be successful in decarbonizing electricity, but we also need to look at the other sectors like heating and cooling, transport sector, industry, even agriculture, so across economic sectors, and perhaps electricity will not solve it all or will not be possible. So we need to find other ways, so through indirect electrification, through renewable fuels, synthetic fuels, decarbonized gas. So, and these will entail, next to generation, a good matching with the distribution and transmission infrastructure. And this is what is the theme of today, how to mismatch all these two things. This requires very careful planning. And one example that we have, and this is for sure familiar to you, is the National Energy and Climate Plans. You know that in the 2030 policy framework, member states have to prepare national energy and climate plans, which will include everything that an energy plan should include, not only looking at how to achieve targets for energy efficiency, renewable energy, but also coupling that with which are the infrastructure and the investments in infrastructure that are needed. So member states are now preparing the draft, the final version of these national plans, which will then give us an overview across Europe of what will be in the making for the next 10 years in terms of generation, in terms of mainstreaming renewables, but also the infrastructure that goes with it. One last point, in the Connecting Europe Facility program for the next period, for 2021-27, the Commission proposed, and this was endorsed by the Parliament and the Council, proposed to introduce a new window in the energy part of this program, which will be looking at and promoting cross-border renewable projects, so looking at the generation. Again, the fact that we have included such a window where we are clearly pushing for regional cooperation in renewables generation across Europe, and in the same program where we are financing grids, networks, I think it's also a good way to try to make it compatible and consistent generation with the transport. Just one last thing before I finish. I think we'll have time to discuss this throughout the panel. Of course, in all these increasing renewables, the transport infrastructure, we know that space is limited, so we need to optimize space, minding, of course, about environmental protection, ecosystems, and so on. But I think we'll have time to discuss this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paola. So if you have an urgent question for Paula. You can start shaking your hands. But first, I have a question for Paula. Sorry. So you talked about the infrastructure. We have a panel that includes electricity TSOs and not the gas TSOs, because I personally believe that we need to have much more emphasis on electrifications. But as you said, of course, electricity cannot do it all. Do you have any idea on how can we pick, how can we make choices? What needs to be electrified and what instead will have to be decarbonized by some sort of renewable fuels? I think that the current discussions that is going on in certain circles, that everyone should be free to choose A or B, will not give us a full decarbonized economy. We will need to plan very carefully on how to decarbonize sector by sector in view of the potentials that we have. Any idea about that?
Well, I don't give you the solution right now. We are working on that, and one area that will keep us busy over the next months and year is what we call decarbonization through a smart sector integration. So exactly to see which sectors need to decarbonize and how. Of course, then we have to take into account technology, what exists, and also costs. Because for certain, look at transport. For certain modes of transport, if you look at maritime or long-distance transports, electrification may not be in the reach over the coming years, so you have to look at the others. So there is also a technology challenge, right? So we are analyzing all these, and during the next month, and this is one of the tasks that my new commissioner, Mrs. Simpson, was given, is really to look into a smart sector integration, so to try to decarbonize other sectors beyond electricity that cannot also be electrified.
Great, thank you very much. So, just a bit how we are going to run this panel. On my left side, there are two TSOs from Terna, the Italian TSOs, and Elia, the Belgian-German TSO, the Elia group, yeah. And on the other side, we have representative of nature. Those that actually complain about the projects. But today we want to see how do we challenge each other to do things better, and not to stop things, but to be faster and to be more efficient. So we have IUCN and the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds. I would like to start with Corrado from Italy with a very short input. You are a grid planner. You're doing grid planning for a lot of time, and you are moving into a new position to do a participatory engagement process together with the planning. Can you tell me, according to you, me and the others, according to you, what is that is most relevant to make project to be better accepted on the ground and therefore faster deployed?
Thank you, Antonella, for these questions and for this opportunity to talk about what we intend in Terna about better project. For sure, we can see that bad projects are a line drop on the map. And this is a starting point, but it is not the way to include citizens and people in what we speak about participation on project. We are starting to meet all the citizens and all the people on the territory in order to collect information, collect suggestions, and try to build the confidence of the planning step by step and area per area, without any doubts about the additional value that this project participation can bring to the project. I can tell you an example. We have started 2 years ago we have a project in northern part of Italy, close to Austrian border, in which we should supply energy to the high-speed, high-capacity railway. In a part of the Italy where there is no transmission grid, but only sub-transmission grid. And in order to supply high-capacity railway, we should electrify this part of the network. We have started 2 years ago the meetings with local authorities to build 120 kilometers of new lines. It means a huge project to be commissioning by 2027, 2026, so faster. And we have started to talk with these citizens, collecting feedbacks, going at home and studying feedbacks, and we provide answer to this feedback, positive or negative, because sometimes we have collected the positive feedback that are feasible and can bring to realize better project. This is the topic, but even provide information why a cable, an underground cable cannot be realized, why overhead lines cannot be put on the top of the mountain, and so on. This is one point of the stakeholder engagement, maybe, because these bring value to the project. This is related to the targets, because it's easy to talk about energy transition, decarbonization, increase of capacity, renewable capacity in the grid, but without grid that connected production and load, any energy transition is impossible. And we should take into account the two levels of speeds. We can today turn off power plants supplied by coal in 1 day. I'm, of course, try to be extremely concrete, but realize a new project, a new infrastructure project, a new transmission project implies years, 10 years or more. These two different levels of speeds are the crucial point in this timing. How we can collect value, realizing better project, starting to talk with the local authorities. This is the value that we should take into account.
So, thank you very much, Corrado. You are saying you can switch off a coal power plant in 1 day, more or less. And we know from the environmental community that we want, the environmental community saying coal has to be phased out, fossil gas has to be phased out. It's coming up as a discussion. But you need years and years to actually build the grid infrastructure. Immediate reaction from the public? No one, you're still... Yeah. So, Eden, you have been working many years for the one of very powerful NGO, BirdLife Network, in ISPB, in England, Great Britain, where this network is, I think, is one of the most powerful, together with the German one, no? In terms of bird protection. And you have, but the network has been opposing regularly and systematically all the grid projects because grids kill birds. How are we going to actually build a massive amount of new renewables? By the way, also wind turbines kill birds. How are we going to build all this new stuff that we need to fight climate change quickly and ideally without too many casualties?
Thanks very much, Antonella. Well, firstly, I guess just to say that we are very supportive of low-carbon technologies. So we do occasionally get into conflicts where there are particularly large impacts on birds or other nature, but for the most part, we absolutely need to decarbonize as fast as possible. So renewable energy, we are very supportive of. So I think there are three things I kind of want to mention to answer your question. So firstly, of course, we're in a nature emergency as well as a climate emergency. We've effectively been fighting nature for the last couple of centuries, and it's really manifesting itself through climate change, through global heating, and the mass extinction of species. So we definitely need transformative societal change, not just to halt carbon emissions, but also to stop the continued loss of nature on which society depends. And we've waited so long now to start doing this that just mitigating or reducing the impacts around individual developments is no longer going to be enough. We can no longer just be making things a little bit less bad for the environment. We need to be looking for solutions that are actively restoring nature and sequestering carbon, as well as just reducing those effects. Fortunately, we're in some ways in a kind of ideal situation in that nature itself is really the most effective carbon absorber and the most proven technology for reducing emissions. So we absolutely need to protect the best of what we have left in terms of nature and to rapidly instigate large-scale nature restoration alongside other technological solutions. So creating natural climate solutions alongside technological solutions. Secondly, in Europe, we have one of the best frameworks, one of the best legislative frameworks for helping this happen anywhere in the world in the form of our existing environment laws, which are largely fit for this purpose, but need to be properly implemented. So the Birds and Habitats Directives already work to identify our best places for nature and to require its restoration, and can be the foundation for a new emergency plan, but they have to be properly implemented, and they're not being so far. We need to do this really urgently. And then thirdly and finally, there are some really good practice examples already out there where nature is being restored and where developers and developments are already delivering net benefits for biodiversity as well as for climate change. We need to, and often that helps with public acceptability of these projects as well. We need to rapidly scale up these projects so that we've got much more transformative change across the development sector so that it's contributing to both positive benefits for nature and climate change. So although we're in a very worrying place for climate change and for nature and society, we've already got a lot of what is required there. We just need a concrete plan to start implementing this rapidly at scale.
Okay, so good news for all the project developers. The birds friends actually can be your allies if you play the right music, which is proper implementation of the Birds and Habitat Directives, I guess. It's a good summary. So we talked about people, we talked about birds. Now, Ilse. Ilse is responsible for planning and permitting, permitting and stakeholder engagement at ELIA. What is your experience? And also thinking that ELIA is a bit of sea which you are going to exploit to reach your renewable targets with massive offshore development. How are you really balancing all the different interests, and what do you think should be added to what you already do?
Thank you very much, Antonella, for this introduction. Thank you very much for the invitation also to join this panel. I first want to make a point, if you give me 1 minute, with regard to introduction and the suggestion with regard to sector coupling. I'm not going to talk about molecules because I'm a TSO, so I don't know that much about molecules, but I'm confronted more and more in my business, which is building grid infrastructure, with the suggestion, why don't we convert all this renewable energy in gas, in hydrogen, so we don't need the lines anymore? So it's a difficult suggestion, and I'm convinced that the best electron is still the directly used electron through transmission grid infrastructure. But people from a NIMBY perspective start suggesting suggesting you should convert this to gas, and then we don't need the lines anymore. Everybody knows if you convert this to gas, molecules do that have the contribution. You have a lot of losses, and so it's not in a very effective way to contribute to the decarbonization objectives in Europe, to use the limited potential we have in Belgium, but also in Europe with regard to renewable electricity energy, to convert it into gas. So we need to be very careful with the message around sector coupling to be able to maintain or to increase the support we need for building grids, which are still the most essential factor that we need for realizing energy transition. The other point you made, Antonelli, is of course the point with regard to stakeholder engagement, which is very important to be able to realize those grids. And what do? We have a certain amount of projects in Belgium, which three important projects necessary for integrating offshore energy in Belgium. So we're going to construct 200 kilometers new overhead lines, which are very difficult projects because we are a very densely populated country in Europe. So we try to, at the very early stage of this project, try to gather all the different interests around the table, together with the project facilitator. In this case, it's the governor, who knows very much or very well the sensitivities of his local area. And then we have representatives of environmental associations, of agriculture associations, and also economic interests around the table. And then we go through the whole story about the need of the project, the scope and the technology, but also the corridor, and there we really try to balance the different interests. For example, we try to develop a low-impact corridor and to be able, as a compensation, to demolish an existing line which has a lot of bird casualties. So we try to find a compromise also with environmental associations. Other example is we are also in areas where they don't have that much industrial sites that are available, although we need industrial sites to be able to build high voltage stations. So we get an agreement with the economic interests on we only use rest grounds and not the large sites that are scarce at the moment. The same with agriculture associations, because often if you don't go to environmental protected areas, or you can't go to economic sites, you go to agricultural sites. So only one left where you can go, but you also have an impact with your overhead lines on those sites. So what we started is a study with agriculture associations and universities to map the impact of overhead lines on the agricultural business and developments, to be able to take measures with regard to development of the overhead line, but also with regard to compensation. So by gathering these different interests around the table in a very early stage, really try to balance the interests and to find compromises by developing in the development of the line, but also in the compensation and the mitigating measures that we put in place.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hilse, I would argue that's very good, but not enough. Katerina, why you think it's not enough? And what would you think would be the right integrated approach, also in view of what's coming? What we have done up to now, it's a minimum step towards decarbonization. Most of the work is all in front of us. So your experience looking at ecosystems, what would you recommend this group of people, the Commission and the TSOs, how can we get it better? I think you have a microphone in your chair.
Is it working? Okay. Hi, good morning. Thank you, Antonella, for that very easy question, for having me here, and for inviting me. It's my first time also joining this initiative. I mean, I was listening to every contribution, and I think a lot of good points have been already raised. I'm the European Biodiversity Conservation Coordinator at IUCN here in Brussels, and so the bulk of our work is actually to do what we what was developed by IUCN as a knowledge product, which is the red listing of species, of threatened species. And that's essentially measuring the extinction risk of different groups of organisms, birds, mammals, amphibians, reptiles, you name it. And I think that a key component of this conversation is that we actually, a lot of the times, when we are implementing this sort of projects and talking about mitigation of impacts, we often have a sort of a reactive attitude because there's not been a proper planning and a proper sort of inventory of the biodiversity and natural values that are actually in the areas where the projects are implemented. And so we tend to just assess the impacts very late in the implementation stage and react to those without proper planning. So I think a key, in my view, if there's a sort of a way forward, is really to make sure that there is better planning and that things like assessing impacts and finding solutions to mitigate them are not just thought of at the implementation stage. And it's a bit in that direction that IUCN developed also a tool that is available for businesses, that it's called the Integrated Biodiversity Assessment Tool, where it makes use of a lot of the biodiversity knowledge products that were developed not just by IUCN, but also in cooperation with other conservation organizations like BirdLife International, Conservation International, and UNEP. And so particularly this one, IBAT, is really targeted and designed to allow businesses to make better planning of the projects by identifying key biodiversity values, whether they are threatened species in a particular area where they want to implement a project, or protected areas or key biodiversity areas, which are areas of irreplaceable natural value. So I think really that the way forward is to think about how we can make use of all this knowledge that is produced, invest in producing more knowledge in terms of what we have, because a lot of the times we don't even know what is there when we implement these projects in terms of natural values, and then use that information to make the best decision possible. I think that's the departure point for any project that will allow us also to develop indicators and monitoring from a very early stage of how those values are being impacted or not, or even benefited by the project, and then design proper mitigation, if necessary, measures.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Wow, no one is... Yes, of course. You have a mic.
No. I'd like to ask you a question, because you mentioned in your statement that there are you have good examples where you solve this trade-off of projects while protecting wildlife, bird life, and so on. Can you be more specific? Give us a good example of a project, if possible in renewables, that's the area I'm in charge of, where, for instance, wind energy, where that project was able to go ahead while respecting all this.
Sure. So in terms of generation, maybe rather than more commonly than transmission, but in Scotland, in my home country in Scotland, it's been quite common with offshore wind, which has been a relatively new developed sector in Scotland. It's been relatively common for an offshore wind farm developer to, whilst constructing their site, to manage the space in between the turbines, and usually quite often sometimes quite a significant area adjacent to the turbines to benefit biodiversity. So particularly where projects have gone into areas which are in the first place of low biodiversity, low nature interest, there's scope to deliver enhancement measures. So although you're introducing a bit of built infrastructure into the environment, you're also enhancing the space that's there as well. And that's quite a practical, relatively straightforward way of doing that. It's not necessarily so easily transferable to other sectors, though. So, for instance, we've been doing a lot of work recently on offshore wind, and it's much harder to manage an area of sea next to your wind farm than it is to manage an area of land next to your wind farm. But the principle is already there, is already quite well established, and has been working quite successfully. And that's allowed us as an environmental NGO to specifically support some projects, because we think that the result of that development going ahead has been that nature's been in a better state after it's happened than it was beforehand. And we think that needs to become standard practice, given that we're in this nature and climate emergency. Every development needs to be doing that really from now on.
I can give you another example, actually, from Scotland. There is a wind park that was built many years ago, and it is managed by RSPB onshore. And the nice thing is that not only it is managed from a bird protection point of view, but also they built a huge visitor centers that has created jobs, and therefore has created new economic activities for a quite remote area where economic is quite depressed. So I think that when you put together people, nature, and the energy ambitions that we have of energy security, but also decarbonization, there can be new innovative solutions that are found. But I would argue that this is not enough, because if you take the offshore, and we have minimum 200 in the planning, gigawatt of offshore, up to 400 gigawatt of offshore, generation, this need the transmission to go along with that. Where are we putting all this stuff? There is a competition, and so I would like to challenge everybody, including you in the audience, on the fact that we need to do integrated planning, and I would like to hear, Paola, from you personally, whether this is a discussion that is going on in your unit and in the Commission. But integrated planning, not as it has been doing between electricity and gas, but rather between generation, transmission, distribution, nature, conservation purposes, and economic social interest, all looking at them from the very beginning and from a basin, with a basin approach, so that you can mitigate and compensate within a large area and not on a project level where the constraints are very, very high. Who wants to start? Eden?
Thanks, Antonella. Yeah, very happy to add to that. I think you're right, it isn't enough now, so it isn't enough just to have small areas where we enhance around individual developments. I think we need to plan for large-scale nature restoration in the same way, I guess, as we plan for large-scale infrastructure development. So we need to think about where are these places where we're going to actively restore nature. We certainly need to implement our existing network of designated sites and make sure we protect the best of what we've got left. But we also, in addition to that, need to be identifying where the future restoration is going to be. And we've been advocating for a while in Scotland, but other BirdLife partners are doing this, I know, across Europe as well, the creation of ecological networks to identify where the infrastructure, where the green infrastructure is going to go, and that needs to be implemented into our planning alongside the built infrastructure, so that we know where we're going to create our future nature as well as our future built development.
Caterina, do you have examples from other sectors or something being done in this direction, or how do you see the benefits of having a large area planning?
I think it's challenging, but it's definitely possible. And like Aidan was saying before as well, I think it's time that we work also more to capitalize on what nature itself has to offer. And so there's a lot of developments in nature-based solutions that can also be a very valuable tool, not just to mitigate impacts, but to help identify these areas where restoration is needed and possible.
And don't you think it's a waste of time?
You really look for confrontation, Antonella. No, I don't think so, because I think we also, in our business of constricting the grid that's needed for the energy transition, we also try to contribute to biodiversity. For example, if you're looking for best practices, creating corridors of biodiversity over biodiversity under overhead lines also helps to introduce, again, biodiversity in some areas which are scarce of biodiversity. So we also contribute to this nature development with the projects we have, I think. We also work together with bird associations in Belgium, and we developed a plan that enables us to, each time we have identified several difficult areas in Belgium with difficult lines. Each time we do maintenance projects, we put bird protection devices on those lines. So we are making progress through collaboration, I think, which is very, very important. Now, if we're thinking about integrated planning, I think one of the most important challenges for the future is the offshore, I think. For the moment, all the countries are really working on in their territorial waters and really developing the infrastructure they can develop in their territorial waters. But if we're talking about the real offshore grids, I mean, we need everybody around the seas. We need regulators, we need environmental associations to come to this integrated planning and to develop the potential of offshore in the sea. So I think there, if we want to prepare the future, as from 2030 or maybe even early, we have to start now with this integrated planning.
One additional thing, which is the sustainability, because we have talked about people, we have talked about the social axis, we have talked about environmental, but we have not more talk about economy. Sustainable is a project, is an energy transition, is a development which should consider even the money that we should put on the table. This is not. We are of course in a business. What does it mean? Finally, when the people ask to drive to power to gas, we should say, okay, but you should consider that you are using 20% of the energy available just to convert in gas. If the energy is in my hand, I prefer to use full energy, not lose 80% of energy. If people ask to have underground cable, for example, just to looking to the better project, finally, underground cable have a cost. Bring me or say to me which is the additional value on the environmental. If there is a comparison of the economic items on the table, and finally the environmental added value of underground cable is higher than the cost, why not? There is no negative feedback on that. So finally, the topic is just to collect all the information, take all these aspects on the table and try to find a balance, try to find a negotiation, try to inform. There are some bad information or fake information that are provided that should be analyzed, informed, talk, spend time, spend time and make effort on the table to discuss all this topic.
Thank you very much, Paula. I'm sure you have many, many points that you want to mention.
I'd like to make some points, perhaps to cheer you up. So, in terms of challenges, if you want to map the whole thing, we have an emergency situation, climate emergency, no doubt, nobody doubts about this. Biodiversity emergency. We have to decarbonize our economy. This means we need to raise our stance, we need to raise our ambition, our targets. Energy efficiency first. This is the first thing we need to do is to save energy. Secondly, decarbonize supply, more renewables, more clean and sustainable energy, right? At the same time, we need to ensure energy security. We all want to switch on the lights at home, right? So, security. Then we also have an issue of biodiversity protection. So all the sites and sites that we have already destroyed and we need to recover back, right? We have an issue of space, limited space, right? We need to do all this while respecting biodiversity, Natura 2000 sites, and so on. At the same time, increase renewables, increase clean energy generation, and have it transported to your homes. We have an issue of public acceptance. It's an issue, very important, raising importance. People want to be heard, want to have a say, and do not want certain things in their backyard. We have another big challenge, which is cost. We have to talk about money. We have to talk about investments, all these costs. So a wide range of challenges, and you may add more than to this list. Huh? So what can we do? I can tell you what we are already doing and what this new commission intends to do, right? First of all, to be bold and ambitious and state clearly and in law the carbon neutrality by 2050. This is the first, the direction to go, and everything that will go with it. A new biodiversity strategy is also in the planning, right? So it has to be consistent. Both have to be consistent. Consistency, I'm sure it will be ensured. We have the Green Deal coming next week that already will put into operation some of these concepts. We have worked a lot, and still more is to come, on sustainable financing, so which determines in terms of public money, public funding, what can, what cannot be supported, but also looking beyond public money into private investments with the taxonomy. It's still, work is still ongoing on this, so also important to keep in mind. And then if I boil down to some less high-level things, but very important because it's impacting on all our lives. Again, what I said at the beginning, member states will have, for the next decade, national energy and climate plans. Why I'm saying this again? Because everything will have to be there. How the energy the picture will be in the member states, and how the things can fit together, because we have an internal market. So what Spain is doing cannot ignore what Portugal is doing, and vice versa, or France. So everything has to, member states have to take into account the wider, so the neighbors, the regions, the impact on the regions. These plans had to be prepared with high level of stakeholder consultation and involvement. So people had a say, communities had a say. And then if I come to my little directive, the Renewable Energy Directive for the next decade, here again, we have included interesting provisions on the permitting, interesting provisions that enable local involvement with the empowerment of the consumer, that can also have a role in the energy system, the renewable energy communities. So there is a lot ongoing, and I'm sure that we will see a lot coming during these 5 years of the new Commission. Thank you.
So I definitely believe that there is a lot ongoing and there will be much more coming up. However, I would like to rephrase what you said. There are not only challenges, there are also a lot of opportunities out there. And I think that for public acceptance, we need to talk about opportunities and not only the challenges. People are not really ready to engage only on bad news. Although there will be some bad news from climate change and biodiversity coming up more and more. So my main point here is that the intention is there, the ambition is there, the implementation is very poor. Sorry. Where we really fail, no. Where we really fail is in the implementation. You said, Ilse, People on the ground say, oh, transform everything in gas, you don't build power lines. You said we want green generation, but you take everyone to court as soon as there is a new project coming. So how do we really go beyond this? Can I tell something you said? Paula was scared to be sitting next to you. She said, the NGOs will attack me. But that's the mood we live in, where there is increasing polarization. So how do we break this kind of negative circle into a real, dynamic, proactive, positive collaboration? And you think it over. Katerina, you want to answer straight away, and then we do take questions, and then you answer questions and this.
Can I just add? I think it starts with conversations like this, where you bring all the stakeholders to the table and actually share the views, because at the end of the day, I think we all want the same. There's, sort of competing interests on one hand, but there's also just a general will of actually having, good conservation, biodiversity conservation status, coupled with sustainable projects in the long term. So I think we have more in common than sometimes what is perceived.
Questions and comments from the audience? You are very quiet. I think you are not very good participants. I mean, we switch off the light. Yeah, we switch on the light. Maybe they're sleeping. Oh, finally, a volunteer. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Johan Svendsen, INEOS Oil and Gas. We're looking into carbon capture storage, and Paula, I know you sit with that responsibility as well. A lot of the discussions here have been about electricity and renewables. Can you make some comments on how you see the world of carbon capture storage move the next 10 years within the EU?
Yeah. Okay, we collect another couple of questions because you are hijacking the conversation. Here, in front.
Brian Murphy from AirVia in Ireland. I don't think he's hijacking the conversation at all, because we're looking at CCS in Ireland as well, and very much as a technology that can support our renewables and back up our 70% renewable ambitions, not as a threat, but very much for when the wind doesn't blow in Ireland. We're an isolated country. We will need decarbonised electricity generation to support our renewables. So it's a technology to support our renewables, and I think it's a perfectly valid question. Thank you.
It is obviously a very valid question, and actually if you have seen the Sustainable Development Scenario presented by the IEA in the Energy Outlook, you see that we got to do everything, and I strongly believe that we got to do everything. So just please, Paula. Yeah. CCS.
So indeed, I'm in charge also of CCS, and we see a comeback of the CCS to the political discussion, driven by these long-term objectives of carbon neutrality, no doubt, and also driven by the fact that we seriously need to consider CCS or CCUS when you look at the energy-intensive industry. Okay, so this is an area we are working on in the Commission. That for sure you will hear about it in terms of initiatives or policy positioning by the Commission. When it comes to industry, it's also a matter of retaining those industries in Europe and retaining jobs in Europe. So it's also has to be seen in that context. Again, it will be one new element, not new element, but a comeback to the equation, the CCS, CCU as well. Thank you.
So, but keeping on this subject, how do we make sure that different interest groups don't play the game, I am the solution, we don't need you? So how do we make sure that we have clarity on what is needed in which specific sectors and so on? Because I think that's what we really need to avoid people on the ground saying, oh, we only do this or we only do that. We have already had this conversation on we do everything decentralized, we don't need grids. This is still there. But we know that PV panel on the rooftop is not going to be enough. So, and now we have an emerging new conversations on the ground. We do only gas, we do only CCS, we do only nuclear.
You know about our 2050 work, I suppose, no? All the scenarios and all the possible avenues to get there. This is a good basis, and of course it entails a lot of analytical work. The Commission, per se, is not taking technology leaders. We are not picking up technologies. So we have a neutral look at it, fresh look at it. It entails a lot of analytical work, and also linking to what Katarina said. I mean, it is also linked with liaising with the stakeholders, with the actors in the sector, and passes through a lot of information and discussion. But again, analytical work is what we are doing at the moment on this.
I just wanted to come back to your remark, Antonella, on what are we really missing? And I think with the experience we have, I think really not enough investing in the people. Because I think there's, most of the time we have this kind of top-down approach, which we say, this is best for you, and that's what you should do, that's how you should change. And we don't really set up kind of process with citizens to find out, do we share the same understanding of the facts? Because this already is the start. Do we understand this? It also will enable to create a kind of trust, of mutual understanding and respect. And then also to solicit them for positive solutions. And this is something we want to invest in. It's not easy to also, because citizens is a large group, so you need to find representatives that are willing to collaborate, and that also want to take ownership. Then I'm talking also about infrastructure project, to work on how do we get to the facts, do we share the same understanding, which are the experts we're going to use, and then to come up with positive solution. I think for me this is the key to making progress together.
I think this is an essential point. For those of you who were here yesterday in the last panel when we were talking about investments, one of the panelists said people will get decarbonization, they will get climate protection, they will get renewables, and therefore they are happy. But this is not the case. They are not happy. And if we deny that, we will only make problems. The same, a lot of people in the Commission, but also among policymakers, they say, oh, we have this energy package for all, the famous winter package, where people have a role to play, and they will make money by participating in the markets. But actually, there are scientific evidences that show very clearly that people usually choose against their economic interest. So earning or saving 10 euros per year or per month is not a driver for public acceptance. And so I really appreciate what you said. We need to understand, if we want to deliver better projects, what are the values that drive people, oppositions, or support. And for this, we need completely different way of collaboration, but different ways of conversations. And so, if you have questions, please challenge. I'm not asking anymore. It seems that there are not many questions, but I do have a question for Paola and for everybody else. Paola, do you see the possibility for the Commission, especially in this new Green Deal environment, to create the space for a cross-sector, inclusive and collaborative planning?
I think
and the others, would you be willing to participate? Would you make the time to participate in such an exercise?
Two ways of answering. Of course, it's a must. with all these variables and constraints and opportunities, as you said, I think inclusiveness is absolutely necessary. I think we are moving in that direction. And just picking up what you said before, I think there is a recognition that policymakers need to have a better connection with the citizens. It's no doubt the fact that we have people demonstrating in every week, the youth demonstrating in the streets. Yesterday, I'm from Lisbon, Portugal, and Greta arrived there. It was like a day when the Pope came to town. It was something really amazing. So I think it's really to connect with the citizens. President von der Leyen, she announced a climate pact where all these dialogues and layers of consultations are supposed to be dealt with. I think it's really a must. And a lot passes, and as Katarina said before, passes through minding about informing and involving the people. When it comes to policy choices, when it comes to concrete projects, infrastructure projects, I think it's absolutely necessary. And going back to the CCS, there are, for instance, very good stories of projects, perhaps not really in Europe, but elsewhere in the States or Canada, where, and these are very complex projects, not easy ones, from a nature and perspective, where the good involvement from the outset, from the first ideas, involvement of the local communities played a role and enabled the project to come up, because it was carefully explained, and also the people got a sense of what can I get back out of it. So the opportunities that come with a certain project. So I think it's necessary to take time to listen and to well inform the people surrounding the projects.
And do you think that part of these new activities will also include a different mandate for the energy regulators? Because we are talking about regulated assets, so the TSOs, project developers, are very constrained on what they can do and what they cannot do. But the reality is that when you open up the range of activities to create local benefits, you have the need for a certain flexibility that currently it's not there. So you mentioned CCS, the involvement of communities, what do they get out of it? I think that there is going to be a lot of opportunities to create services and benefits to where infrastructure, independently what type of energy infrastructure we are talking about, where it is being built. In Terna, for example, they had a pilot project equipping power lines, overhead power lines, with fire sensors. You know, from Portugal, the risk of fires is increasing everywhere around the globe, the risk of flooding as well. So how do we use energy infrastructure also to create additional services? And how do we make the energy regulators more understandable that we are not only looking at the nitty cost of a project, but rather cost in the broader sense?
You want me to react on that? Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I couldn't agree more with your statement. Sometimes the opportunities or the positives or certain projects are not straightforward to the people surrounding it, so it needs to be explained. This is actually we have included in the recast of the Renewables Directive for the first time EU-level provisions for the setting up of renewable energy communities. And if you ask why, it's exactly because based on evidence, through these communities and the participation of the municipality, the church, people in the neighborhoods, immediately when they participate, their positioning towards a certain, I'm talking about renewable projects, completely changes when they understand the benefits of it. So this is why we have included such provisions at EU level. Extremely difficult to get through with the member states because of the subsidiarity principle. But that was the main rationale for that.
Yeah. Other questions? Do you have input? Do you agree with what these panelists are saying, or do you have fundamental disagreements that you want to flag? No one. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, there is two disagreements. Okay, great.
Hello, Simon Helmut, NSOE. Thank you for being here. I wanted to ask you about one thing about the towers for lines, especially since I heard that there's a lot of money going into the development of new shapes of towers to increase the acceptance in the public. I was always wondering how big the impact of the shape actually is, and if it really changes the acceptance.
Sorry, the impact of what? The shape.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I guess the TSOs should answer this.
Before to provide an answer, I will introduce the concept of marketing. It's important because we have the customer care. We should think of user care, talking with them about which is the energy transition, why the energy is centralized or not decentralized, which is the step to reach green energy services. About towers, in Terna we have introducing a few years ago different shape of towers. We have in one area in Toscana region, the citizen asked to us to have different shape. We have introduced the Foster, which is a tower, a special tower, designed by an architect, and we have engineered side, finally the mechanic organization of the tower, but finally the result was positive, because this overhang line with these different towers seems to be nice. I cannot say the best project, but a better project. This is one topic that we sometime in a few occasions we organize meetings. People ask undergrounding. In such case, it's not possible. We have a list of possible towers, different towers that citizens can choose, and eventually we can replace these towers. This is one topic. The research, the cost, and I'm going to the regulators. All these activities implies cost. And of course, the research of different towers, the research of meetings with local authorities implies cost. There is a cost and resources, and we are in a situation in which we have limited resources. Which is the effort, which is the value to put on the table more resources in order to bring the energy transition?
Thank you very much. Briefly, if you happen to be in Berlin, you can come into our office. We have a kind of a permanent exhibitions of towers that have been designed, some of them implemented. There have been a number of competitions for new power designs, both working and some only artistic. It's fascinating. I think actually it should be really nice to have a competition at European level and come up with a family of towers that are not only more acceptable for the public, but also less invasive for nature and for ecosystems. And so when you go on the ground, you have a family on offer, and if it's done at European level, you can have a standardization that brings economy of scale, lower cost, and we are all happy. Hilse.
Yeah, I think for me there are two aspects. First of all, I think it's already our job to try to mitigate the impact as much as possible. So we're trying already to work with corridors or with towers that limit the impact, for example, of magnetic fields, which is a very important subject, which are limited in height. So we're already working with compact towers. That's one aspect. So it's already our job to anticipate and to mitigate as much as possible every impact we can imagine. That's one thing. Second thing is giving a kind of choice on the type of towers can also help with regard to acceptance, because you make people participate. So for me, those are the two aspects that are important in the process you want to have.
So we have really only 9 minutes left, and there was another question there. We take it.
Oh, I'm a journalist. I'm very keen on nature, and I would like to know at the Commission level if you were working together with on some transversality way of working with the directorate that deals with deforestation, on forest protection and deforestation, organized deforestation, because the corridors need a deforestation. And about the birds, it's not only the pathway they follow when they fly south or wherever they go and while migrating, but there's also a question of nesting, and that is done usually on trees. Do you take this into account when you build the corridors? Is there a permit, a special permit that you have to get from the Commission? And what's more important, the mammals also. Many animals live under the trees and on the ground or under the ground. This is a question for the gentleman and the lady there.
Yeah.
Birds and mammals supposing to be protected. And this is very important. How do you restore, because you said something about restoring life elsewhere, how do you know where you have to restore that life that was left there in a vacuum?
I think this is a very good question. Also, to conclude, we have a few minutes left. I would pass the microphone to each one of the panelists, and they can respond to this question and or even have some closing remarks, and also mention whether you would be engaged in this collaborative planning process, please. And we start with Katerina.
Thank you. Maybe to go back to your last point on the restoration, I mean, there's a panoply of ways that you can do restoration, also depending on the species or the ecosystem that is being sort of impacted. I can tell you personally of two projects that I've been personally involved in. One was a dam that was built and essentially flooded partially a protected area in the south of Spain. That was a very important area for the Spanish imperial eagle, which is a specialist and preys on rabbits mostly. So one of the measures that was implemented to compensate for the impact of the building of the dam was to actually build a bunch of rabbit warrens and do a lot of habitat management to promote the recovery of the populations of this little mammal, which is a base prey for a higher level predator. Another example, these are very common in Portugal and Spain. I'm from Portugal originally. Another dam that was built also, but this time in the south of Portugal, flooded a very large area of ecosystems and areas that were suitable for the Iberian lynx to occur. And I was part of the Exito, so the captive breeding program of the Iberian lynx in Portugal. And essentially what was done was to build these captive breeding facilities and identify, to breed animals, so to increase their numbers in the country, that to be then released in the wild in other areas that were identified as being suitable. So there's a bit of shuffling in terms of where you can sort of it requires a bit of an exercise of identifying, depending on the species that is being targeted, which are the suitable areas that can be used to mitigate the impact of that specific infrastructure. So it depends a lot on the species. I think as a final sort of remark, I think it's been a really interesting conversation for me. And going back maybe to the idea of creating a sort of a platform at the European level, perhaps, where we bring different stakeholders and start having these discussions in a more systematic way, because we are dealing with very challenging and complex problems and challenges, and the solutions won't be straightforward. I think a key element to sort of highlight here is also time. It's very easy to do things wrong and very quick. When you want to do them right, it takes time. And we are all sort of navigating in a space that is not familiar to us. Again, I insist that even though we are positioned very strategically in this line of chairs, I think we have more in common than what we sometimes perceive. And I think it is important that we sit at the table and all at the same table and identify these bridges, because then the way to find solutions will be a lot quicker than if we keep sitting at opposite sides of the table.
You know, RGIs never sit in the opposite sides. It was just a provocation for this setting. Eden.
Well, firstly, I would definitely agree with all of that as well. That's very well said. In terms of collaboration, absolutely, we'd be very keen to continue collaborating, continue speaking to each other. In terms of the lady's question around restoration, I think, as I mentioned earlier on, I think the key, the easiest way, the simplest way to starting point is to make sure we implement our existing framework of protected sites through the Birds and Habitats directives. That already requires member states to identify and protect their best places they have remaining for nature conservation. But that's not yet happened, so that needs to happen as quickly as possible. And they would form the basis for doing more restoration. So they're the existing best of what we got. That is the obvious starting place to do more restoration is kind of developing further from there. And I'd agree with the point about not going too fast, though, in terms of doing restoration. So in Scotland, one of the big projects we are doing is actually delivering restoration of peatland habitats, which is a very important habitat in Scotland and globally, which are peatlands. So peatland sort of wetlands, and they were damaged quite badly in the 1980s from very rapid tree planting, which was thought to be a good idea at the time. And of course, planting trees is a very good idea, but planting monocultures on existing valuable habitats is not a good idea, and it's taking decades to try and restore that. And that's a very important carbon store, which planting trees on has caused some damage for. So definitely an important message not to go too fast as well.
Corrado, 1 minute, no more.
1 minute. Try to me, restoration depends on case by case. I will do an example. Overhang lines in a wood. We should have the cutting of trees in this wood. If you check with the local citizen that is in this wood, the tree is the life of the wood. But what is the energy on that line, the green energy, the renewable energy on that line? We should compare. This
is the engineer coming out, you know.
So all the things go back to the topic. We should talk with people, explain which is the restoration. We're available to restore anything, but any problem should be an opportunity to explain what is behind this problem. Or
So
this
any problem should be an opportunity to find solutions. Ilse.
I just want to, I'm not going to come back on corridor management, but want to make a point on collaborative planning. I think it's a very good idea. I think creating a kind of platform in which you have different parties around the table to discuss and to find positive solutions and to get to positive contributions is important. I think we have to start for identifying what are the different needs we see and what are the best solutions, taking into account several factors such as cost, efficiency, but also environmental concerns. because this reminded me also of the last RGI conference we had, where a person from the Commission also said, we're not going to impose something coming top-down, we want solutions coming from the market. So I think it's up to the market, and market is commercial parties as well as TSOs, as well as gas grid operators, as well as environmental associations, to come up with the solutions. For me, there's no competition between different solutions. We have to look at what is in the best interest of society.
Thank you very much. Paula?
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the floor as a way of conclusion. We are the COP week, and so we are in an emergency situation for climate, for biodiversity. We need to, the stakes are high, we need to raise our ambition while taking account of nature and nature protection. I think we need, as you said, integrated planning, consolidating all the variables and the elements and the constraints, looking at the opportunities, and dialogue is key. Dialogue between project developers and environmental associations, dialogue with the citizens. People want to have a say, and perhaps one last invitation to our colleagues here from the NGOs. It would be good that you, that in your, let's say, statements and positionings, that you come up more straightforward way with examples of good practice. There are good practices, you mentioned some, and I think this should come up easier, more easily than because the impression we have is that usually there is a negative reaction, but you have so many examples of other things could go and well, that you should bring these to the table often. It's important. It helps policymakers, it helps project developers, it helps the population. So please do that.
Thank you very much. Thank to all the panelists and to the audience. I think that we have covered a number of topics. Sharing and learning from each other, so good practice is important because we can always do better. I look forward to this integrated planning. RGI has the ambition to also act as a convener for the offshore development. Let's see whether it works or not. And for sure, there is no contradiction between protecting nature and building energy infrastructure. The panel has shown this. TSOs and NGOs have common interest. The Commission has common interest. So we have no other choice but to stick together and work together. Just give an applause to the panelists. Thank you.
Projects of common interest are major infrastructure facilities that connect energy networks across Europe, ensuring that secure, clean and affordable energy reaches all citizens. They will make it possible to complete the European internal energy market and meet the EU's objective of secure, sustainable and affordable energy. New infrastructure means new electricity lines, gas pipelines, high-voltage electric systems and much more. PCI's, projects of common interest, help energy travel more efficiently, over land, underground or underwater, increasing energy exchange across countries and regions. These exchanges allow energy providers to compete with one another, offering consumers the best price. The projects of common interest boost the use of energy from renewable sources. Every project selected by the EU ensures that it minimises the overall impact on wildlife and the environment. But that is not all. These projects build bridges between countries and distribute energy more efficiently. As a result, isolated and peripheral member states will be better integrated into the European energy market. Are you interested in these projects? Get involved now and play an active role. People working in industry can reduce their environmental impact by sharing good practices and cooperating closely with civil society. Let's work together and move towards secure, sustainable and affordable energy sources for all consumers. Join and help us modernise and better connect Europe's energy infrastructure.
Freshwater West Beach on the Pembrokeshire coast. The wind and waves here are often described as surfing paradise, but if planners get their way, it could also one day play an important role in electricity supply, although you'd never know it to look at it. They want to run a huge undersea underground power cable between the Republic of Ireland and South Wales, effectively plugging one country into another.
Interconnectors have a proven ability to lower prices for consumers at both ends. So in this case, it would certainly be benefiting from potentially lower price Irish power. Ireland has a significant amount of renewables now, and when the wind blows or the sun shines, they can export wind at a low price, which will lower prices for Wales.
The cable's set to start 200 kilometres in that direction out towards Cork before travelling under the sea and coming up somewhere on the beach here. At a cost of 400 million euros, it aims to deliver electricity of 500 megawatts through the cable, enough to power an entire station. The idea of running power cables under the sea is nothing new, using specialist ships to effectively roll out the wiring in a pretty similar way to how you might wind out your garden hose. But this feat, if successful, would be the first of its kind in South Wales, joining up with existing cables as countries try to make better use of any spare energy, although not without first checking this unique area of seafloor.
Sea grasses, for example, we try to avoid that, disturbing the bed of the sea. Once the cable is buried and the natural backfill of the soil covers the cable, it's well protected for the next 40 years.
The company behind the idea, Greenlink, argued that it could offer energy security across both sides of the sea, shifting enough electricity to power almost 400,000 homes. But any construction phase is still some way off, with planning permission being targeted early next year, and then construction hoped to finally begin sometime around 2020.
Germany's shift towards more sustainable energy has put renewables in the spotlight. By 2050, it aims to source at least 80% of its electricity from replenishable sources, such as solar and wind. And by 2022, it will phase out its remaining nuclear power plants, which are primarily in the south. Wind turbines are most common in northern Germany. At times, they generate significantly more electricity than is consumed, resulting in a regional power surplus. However, the largest demand centres are in the south, which will soon face a power deficit. Ensuring consumers and businesses enjoy a reliable supply means new infrastructure must be built to transfer electricity to areas of need. One such project is Ultranet. The point-to-point line will transmit electricity some 340 kilometres from Osterrad in the north of Germany south to Philippsburg, where it will be fed into the grid and distributed. By 2023, Ultranet will be extended to the coast to tap into wind farms in the North Sea. Ultranet is innovative, high-voltage transmission. It has an important pilot project role because Ultranet will be incorporated into existing lines used for alternating current. However, it will transfer high-voltage direct current, or HVDC. Now we need to back up a step. What is HVDC exactly? Not only is it direct current, but the voltage is much higher than the 50 Hz voltage in Germany's AC grid. The benefit of this approach is that direct current can be transported long distances without interruption and with minimal losses. Plus, it raises the capacity of existing transmission lines and, importantly, electricity can be moved in both directions. The direct current is converted at each endpoint into alternating current, so electricity can be fed into the AC grid. HVDC technology is already deployed in over 20 countries. In Germany, HVDC infrastructure is being expanded, helping to increase reliability. The Ultranet project makes a key contribution towards the government's green energy goals. Moreover, it requires very little new land as the same towers and footprint will be used for both direct and alternating current. That's good news for the region between Osterrad and Philipsburg. The capacity of the line will be improved without significantly changing its appearance or environmental impact. Instead, a few sites will simply require taller towers. For the foreseeable future, electricity from fossil fuels will remain an important aspect of dependable power supplies. Consequently, Ultranet will also transmit electricity from these sources to the south of Germany, and in future, solar energy from the south will be sent north. Before the Ultranet project is implemented, it has to undergo a two-step approval process. First, the German Federal Network Agency identifies an approximately 1,000-meter wide corridor. This is used in the second step as the basis for more detailed planning of the transmission route by the transmission system operators called TSOs. This more precise path must be approved by the network agency. Ultranet will be built by TSOs Amprion and Transnet BW. Members of the public are welcome to become involved at any phase and discuss questions and concerns with Transnet BW. All in all, Ultranet makes a vital contribution to the future of renewables in Germany.
Windstrom, Sonnenstrom, Biomasse, Geothermie. Erneuerbare Energien werden Atom- und Kohlestrom immer weiter aus unseren Netzen verdrängen. Unser bisheriges Stromnetz ist für den steigenden Anteil erneuerbarer Energien jedoch nicht ausgelegt. Vor der Energiewende wurde das Stromnetz zentral aufgebaut. In der Nähe von Großstädten und Industriezentren wurden große Kraftwerke errichtet. Diese versorgten die Ballungsgebiete auf kurzem Weg mit Strom. Erneuerbare Energien werden hingegen dezentral dort produziert, wo häufig der Wind weht oder die Sonne scheint. Außerdem gibt es nicht wenige große, sondern viele kleine Kraftwerke. In den kommenden Jahren wird es in Deutschland immer mehr dieser Windräder, Solaranlagen und Kleinstkraftwerke geben. Die Herausforderung: bereits heute kann unser Netz den dezentral erzeugten Ökostrom häufig nicht mehr abtransportieren. Windräder müssen dann auch in windreichen Zeiten abgeregelt werden. Die Lösung? Überregionale Höchstspannungsleitungen wie Südlink, die wie ein Staubsauger große Mengen an grünem Strom aufsaugen und ihn flexibel dorthin leiten, wo er gerade benötigt wird. Mit moderner Gleichstromtechnologie transportiert Südlink Energie vom windreichen Norden zu den Verbrauchszentren im Süden oder bei Windflaute auch vom sonnigen Süden in den Norden. Und selbst in Zeiten mit wenig Wind und Sonne hilft Südlink, die Versorgung aus regenerativen Energien zu sichern. Durch die Anbindung an die Nordlink-Stromleitung speist Südlink, je nach Bedarf, Wasserkraft aus Norwegen in das deutsche Stromnetz ein. Im Zusammenspiel mit weiteren Höchstspannungsgleichstromleitungen wie Südostlink und Ultranet garantiert Südlink eine sichere, flexible und verlässliche Versorgung mit Strom. Bei jeder Wetterlage, 365 Tage im Jahr.
The project hydro pump storage system in Amphilohia is being developed by Terna Energy, a company with a strong and successful presence in the field of renewable energy sources, both in Greece and abroad. The project is located in the western Greece region, prefecture of Attila Karnania, municipality of Amphilohia, Valtos province. It is characterized as a project of common interest because of its high importance to the European energy market. Both the technical studies and the environmental impact assessment are co-financed by the Connecting European Facility program. The project is also considered as a strategic investment for Greece. Hydro pump storage is considered as the only low-cost and effective method of mass energy storage in the world. It is environmentally friendly and can be easily developed in areas where the topography and water reserves allow for it. In Greece, the Public Power Corporation has built and operates 2 such plants. This investment upgrades the existing infrastructure and power systems. The project's design includes the construction of 2 independent upper reservoirs, Pigos and Ious Yoyos, while the existing Kastraki Lake will serve as a lower reservoir.
2 independent energy production and pumping stations will be constructed. Ious Yoyos will host 4 reversible units, and Pigos 2 reversible units. The system will store energy surplus during hours of reduced demand by pumping water from the lower to the upper reservoir. During peak demand, it will produce energy by utilizing the water's potential as it runs through turbines from the upper to the lower reservoir. Hydro pump storage systems safeguard the grid by providing ancillary services related to frequency and voltage stabilization alongside quick and flexible responses to sudden changes in electricity demands. Consequently, the provision of ancillary services to the grid facilitates the penetration of intermittent renewables. Hydro pump storage systems contribute to a considerable reduction of pollutants and greenhouse gases since they do not use polluting fossil fuels during operation. The areas that will host the facilities will benefit in various ways, both by the increase of visitors and the development of new and existing infrastructure. In addition, around 900 people are expected to be employed, directly and indirectly, during the construction phase, while a variety of machinery and raw materials will be utilized. During operation, local specialized and auxiliary personnel will be employed in 60 new jobs. In terms of public consultation, a series of informative events and communication activities took place to inform the local community about the project. Hydro pump storage projects, like all hydroelectric projects, have very high domestic added value and contribute significantly to the Greek economy. The project will provide flexibility and stability to the Greek electricity transmission and distribution network, as well as significant ancillary services. This investment is a crucial step towards Greece's non-independence from imported fuels and can support the country's return on the growth path.
Kurzemes loks ir viens no vērienīgākajiem elektropārvades stiprināšanas projektiem kopš Latvijas neatkarības atjaunošanas. Ar jauno 330 kV līniju loka noslēgšana būtiski uzlabo energoapgādi Kurzemē, kā ikdienas situācijās, tā vētru gadījumos, un ir arī novērsta līdz šim iztrūkstošā jauda Kurzemē, tādējādi palielinot arī jaunu pieslēgumu pieejamu. Tad šodien mēs varam novērtēt vienu darbu, kas ir pilnībā un godam pabeigts. Kariņkungs, lūdzu, vārds jums.
Šis ir viens ļoti svarīgs notikums mūsu valsts ilgtermiņa attīstībai, lielā nozīme. Viņš ir, iedomājamies, kā tādu lielo automaģistrālu, kas ir uz šiem balstiem. Viņš nodrošinās to, ka nākotnē mūsu ekonomikai attīstoties, mūsu ekonomikai elektrificējoties, mums būs iespējas, arī visas nākotnes slodzes nodrošināt.
I'm pleased to see that the Connecting Europe facility from which we contributed to this project contributes to the implementation of the strategic infrastructure project in Latvia and for the Baltic region in general.
Šis projekts sastāvēja no 3 daļām. Faktiski viss šis projekts ir ļoti veiksmīgi realizēts. Kā jau tika minēts, gan termiņos, gan arī attiecīgi budžetā. Kā man prieks visus jūs apsveikt un izteikt lielu pateicību jums par līdzdalību šajā projektā.
Šobrīd es aicināšu visus trīs kungus simboliski ieslēgt kurzemes loku. Šādi ar vienu slēdzi gluži nevar kurzemi pieslēgt un atslēgt no elektrības, bet simboliski mēs to darīsim. Tad visi trīs kopā. Lūdzu.
Noskaitīs. 3, 2, 1.
Ir.
Okay, good morning, colleagues. I think we can start. Everyone has taken his or her seat. Let me introduce myself. I am Nicola Notaro. I am the head of the Nature Protection Unit in DG Environment in the European Commission, and I will be moderating this panel this morning. We have the chance today of having a number of representatives of business and stakeholders which are very much involved in the permitting processes of PCI projects in practice. And that will be the focus of our discussion. They will provide first-hand experience of their positive experience, maybe negative experience, challenges they face in their everyday work. And it will be an exchange also of best practice and ideas on how to work together in order to possibly improve the implementation of PCI projects on the ground. Before we actually go into the presentation, I will ask each of the panelists to introduce himself or herself, and I will start from my left side, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anton Skutjons. I'm representing Latvian transmission system operator of electricity. Thank you for inviting here. And we have, in Latvia, we have several projects, several PCI co-financed by INEA. And here I would like to share our experience of PCI implementation with synergy with railway. Thank you.
So, good morning. My name is Andrew Kasembe, a representative of the transmission system operator of the Czech Republic. I work in the energy sector for almost 21 years and as a grid planner for almost 12 years. My responsibility in the company is grid development, which involves evaluation and assessment of system needs, identification of the projects which tackles those needs, approval of those projects, but most important in regards with the permit granting procedure, I'm also responsible to execute the initial preparation phase towards implementation. So I will share with you some of the maybe few key elements, because in the permit granting process there are a lot of issues, but I will pick up maybe one or two and share with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, on my right.
My name is Stefan Schwarzer. I am from the Austrian Economic Chamber. I am the head of Department for Environmental and Energy Policy. And additionally, I am professor for public law at Vienna University for Economics with a focus on environmental law.
Good morning, my name is Liz Wells. I'm the consents manager from National Grid in the UK. We have a large portfolio of interconnector projects in operation, in construction and in development. And I'm here today to talk to you about my experience with PCI antennae in the UK for Viking Link, which is our interconnector to Denmark.
My name is Peter Todd. I'm representative of the Ustream, Slovak gas transmission system operator. My responsibility within the company is the asset development, and I'm very glad to be here and to share our experience with the implementation of the Poland-Slovakia interconnector.
Okay, thank you very much. As you can see, we're really fortunate to have a wealth of experience around the table, a very multinational panel. Unfortunately, not such a very gender-balanced panel, but I'm sure that colleagues will do better next time for the next PCI event. I suppose it's time to go directly into the substance, and I would like to start with Stefan. So please, the podium is yours, and you will give us a PowerPoint presentation.
please start with the presentation. Yes, thank you. I'm not an investor, I'm not a grid operator, but I'm from the Austrian Economic Chamber. And for us, it's very important to assure energy security of supply for all our members. So, to give you a good overview of what is happening in Austria, I found all the major investors and their lawyers, and I think there are not so many. So it was not so difficult, and everybody's told me more or less the same story. So I think I can bring you a good picture of how PCI is used in Austria. Please, the next slide. This is a good example to show how much additional capacities will be needed in the next decades. It is only a small segment which is shown in this slide in electricity generation from 2015 to 25. We have a tremendous rise of needs in wind, solar, PV, bioenergy, and hydro. This is to generation, and the same is true for grid and storage infrastructures. They must grow simultaneously. And as was mentioned in the first panel, we have the same issues also for gas, green gas, and heat. And we will also need there the grids and the storages. And perhaps next one, please. Thank you. In the first panel, we had a lot about how you can optimize the project, how you can minimize the impacts, how you can talk with all the interest groups. I think this is very important, sure. But my experience and all my colleagues told me that nearly every case ends up in the courts. There is always a fight against a permit at the end, and so it is not the only thing you have to deal with, to talk with the public and to involve them in due time and not too late. We have also to look for decisions must be made. It is possible to make decisions in 2 years, in 4 years, or in 10 years, but decisions have to be made. And of course, if you look at the agenda of climate neutrality, we need decisions not too late, we need them in due time. And here on the next slide, please, you show on the right side some examples of energy projects and their duration. And on the right side, we have 118 months, that is months. So it is nearly 10 years. And the fastest permit was for a hydropower plant near Graz in 4 years. And in between it is 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And so this is a realistic picture, a set picture, I would say, also that it takes so much time. And I'm wondering if the results of a procedure are so much better when it takes so much time. Perhaps you can have nearly the same results also in 2 or 3 years. As to PCI, all my colleagues told me that PCI status is not really desirable. Perhaps we will have here something different from the next panelists. And so we are proposing some improvements of the PCI regulation. And I will give you some examples on this. For the moment, it has not really additional value. And in some aspects, the procedures are not faster, but slower than if we stay on the national level. Without PCI status, we have also laws, and they are not They are not fast, as you see, but the investors think that they don't win speed in going to PCI status. Please, the next slide. We have some specific concerns, some specific issues or recommendations. If the regulation is being revised in the next year, which I would believe is necessary, also as part of the Green Deal agenda, I think we have also to look for faster procedures. And I think the first thing is that in our experience tell us that the priority status, which should be the key of the regulation, is not really respected by authorities and courts. And you still have to match with other interests. It doesn't help you so much to be a PCI project. And I think the most problems in pumped hydropower plants or in grids is the conflict between biodiversity interests and nature interests, also nature conservation, and security of supply and climate protection. Many specific issues can become a project killer in this respect. And I think, personally, I understand and I agree that biodiversity is a big issue, and we must respect the protection of endangered species. But in some areas, I'm doubting if a temporary disturbance of animals could not be accepted when you know that you need a project, you need cleaner electricity. And for example, we have the construction time of a Salzburg project is very much enlarged because of breeding birds and rutting deers. So these times have to be avoided, and then it means you have not 3 years but 5 years of project construction. And I'm wondering if this is the right way of interests. As other specific points, I think the deadlines need to be shortened and structured. We have quite good experience in Austria with the so-called structured procedure. You can bring all your objections, but not at any time of the procedure. There are some phases, and then you have to bring up, and if you come later, you can still go to the court, but you have not all mixed up in all phases of the procedure. In one case where PCI was used, the route planning was not accepted by the court, and we believe that it should, when a PCI status is granted, then the route planning should also be clear, and you shouldn't anymore discuss about where the lines are laid. And this is, here you can lose also years. The approach of the regulation is quite narrow. We would like, if it works better, that all major projects needed for energy transition, really major projects of course, including energy production and not only cross-border relevant projects should be covered. And my last point is that perhaps also the Commission and the European institutions should explain, the word explain often was mentioned in the last panel, explain why these projects are needed, which benefits they bring, and to give them a sort of climate branding, not to show them only as an inconvenience for the local people. Last slide, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Stefan. Peter, now it's your turn.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me share our experience with the permitting process of the Poland-Slovakia gas pipeline. First of all, I have to say that the most important step was to enhance the public awareness of the project. We started with this point very early, and we explained to the people and the relevant stakeholders who we are, that we are operating the big pipeline infrastructure. We are the main entry gate for the gas towards the Europe. And we also explained that how important it is to have a flexible system for the gas transmission. The basic parameters which are on this slide served as a basis for this kind of discussion. Furthermore, we explained what is our main target, that it is system flexibility, mainly in connection with the multi-directional gas deliveries within the Europe. We explained that our system was designed as one-directional, and it served for the 40 years for the gas transmission from the east to the west without any possibility for the reverse flow. And we explained that everything changed in 2009, where the gas transmission were stopped, and we have to develop some reverse flow capabilities in our system. We started with the reverse flow from the Czech Republic, later on from Austria. We implemented the gas pipeline interconnection with Hungary. Then we also took care about our neighbors. We introduced the physical reverse flow towards the Ukraine, and that the next step in these activities to provide the multi-directional gas deliveries is the interconnection with the Poland. We explained again in details from what the interconnection consists of. That's the pipeline, border delivery station, Bolwell station. We informed them that it's the main interconnection between the Strachocina node in the Poland, in the Polish gas transmission system, and the Velké Kapušany, which is the entry gate for the deliveries towards the Europe. The pipeline length is 103 kilometers, so we explained that, again, it will be very tough and it will be hard to discuss with every stakeholder the pipeline routing, to discuss all the details, but we explained that we are ready to do this. Then we informed the public what are the main steps in the pipeline implementation. Here you can see, for example, the photos from the implementation of the project. We explained what is the technology which will be used, how the pipeline will be built, and what are all the steps. And after this, we enter to the permitting process. It is very important to say that this project is a pilot project in the Slovak Republic within which the regulation on the guidelines for the trans-European energy infrastructure is applied. We are in the cluster 6.2, interconnection between Poland, Slovakia, and Hungary. And we also explained to all stakeholders that this is a part of the north-south interconnection within the Europe, which will bring not only the new transmission routes, but also possibly the new sources from the LNG terminal Svinoujście and LNG terminal Krk in Croatia. As you can see from the right part of the picture, along the pipeline route, there are 38 municipalities in two regions, region Košice and region Prešov. So we really expected the very complex and comprehensive discussions with the people, with the stakeholders. And regarding the scheme of organization of the permitting granting process, our preference was to go with the integrated scheme. But finally, the collaborative scheme was chosen. The Ministry of the Economy of the Slovak Republic was designated as a national competent authority, which is responsible for this project. So we immediately know that we will have to walk the full path due to the let me say in this way, due to the very complex procedure which we will have to pass. The granting process consists of two, let me say, main procedures. It's a pre-application one. In our condition, is mainly environmental impact assessment. The time frame for this period is approximately 2 years. And the permit granting procedure, and in our condition, it consists from the zoning and the building permit. And the time frame for this part is 1.5 years. The most important and, let me say, most complex were the environmental impact assessment. Within this part of the permitting, we perform the transboundary impact assessment. We determine the final routing, implementation condition, and mitigation measures. Also very important was the monitoring of the biota, what we perform prior to construction, we are performing during the construction, and also we perform after the construction. The discussions here were very, very tough. But our strategy was very simple. We were patient. We listened to the opinions. We tried to implement the measures which were proposed. And at the end, I have to say that we passed through this process quite well. The next steps were the zoning, permit and the building permit. And on this slide, you can see the overall schedule of the permission process in our condition. So, if we are talking about the pre-application procedure, we finalize it within 1.5 years. It means according to the schedule. If you are talking about the statutory permit granting procedure, we finalize it again at 1 and 4 years. It means in line with the expected schedule. So to sum up our experience with the permitting under the PCI, so the main target was to simplify and speed up the permitting process. The integrated scheme, which was preferred for us, was not applied in Slovakia because the collaborative scheme was applied. In connection with the permitting process, this project was not explicitly defined as a project of national public interest. But on the other hand, we have to say that the competent authority was fully aware of the importance of this project, and we consider our mutual cooperation as very efficient, straightforward, and supportive. And I would like to emphasize that due to this support, we managed to finish the permission process on time within the anticipated time frame. So just to sum it up, the pre-application procedure took 1.5 years. The permit granting procedure took 1.4 years, and it is considered as a success, and it is considered as a success of all of us. So thank you very much. So a different, as you said.
Yes. Indeed, very interesting to contrast the two experiences already. So let's move to the third one. Antons, you're next.
Yes, I could say what in Latvia, in electricity sector, now we are implementing 5 PCI, co-financed by INEA. One of them is commissioned in this year, and I would like to share our experience with one PCI, what we are implementing together with railway project. It is synergy between electricity field and railway field. Maybe short background about this. In 2014, firstly maybe about the project. The project is third electricity interconnection between Estonia and Latvia, and we are implementing it with Estonian TSO, Elering, with commissioning date end of 2020. The main part of the project is located in Latvian territory, and in 2014 we have started environmental impact assessment and then public discussions with municipalities, and project is going on the existing 110 kV line routes, but the voltage of new constructed project transmission line is 330. So in Latvia it is very difficult, I could say, what impossible to construct a project in new route due to big opposition from society, and we decided to construct project on the existing lowest voltage routes. And in some municipalities, during public discussions, we received very strong opposition about project implementation. Sometimes answer was just no. Why no? Just no. Please go through my neighbors, not through my municipality. And we initiated communication with Ministry of Transport, and on the end of 2014, we agreed to go on the one stage around 60 kilometers together with Rail Baltica project. Rail Baltica is a strategic railway project what in future will connect Baltic countries with European countries, and then the route will be from Tallinn till Germany. And in 2015, we prepared together with Rail Baltica project promoters common environmental impact assessment and then common public discussions. And in 2015, this report have been approved by our government, because according to our legislation, it should approved by government. And regarding this synergy, in 2015, during the first call of existing CEF, we received additional benefits percents from CEF for project implementation. And when we have started the implementation of a project, of course, firstly we procured and then concluded the agreement with constructor. And when the project started to be designed, we understood what such two big strategic project implementation from our sectors is a huge challenge for project promoters, for responsible authorities in our country. And I briefly try to explain why. From our point of view, the main point is different sectors, because different interests, different project promoters, different AA process, sometimes because railway using land and then purchasing land from landowners, and respectively transmission line, we are buying only short piece of line, and for our route we are paying only compensation for landowners. The next point, this is different deadlines of a project, not maybe deadlines, but commissioning dates of a project. Implementation of transmission line date of commissioning is end 2020. We are approximately going around schedule, and then we are expecting to commission this project by the end of the next year. Where for a railway project is delaying. And when we had common public discussion and the environmental impact assessment, it was initiated what in 2020 Rail project promoters, Rail Baltica project promoters will purchase land. The route of such project will be identified, and we, with our transmission project, will go closely with route, sometimes in the protective zone of railway route. And as I said, now Rail Baltica is delaying. The project design could be started maybe after 2 years. They do not have fixed exact route. They have preliminary route and consolidated route. And we, with our transmission project, try to move in, not maybe move in, but try to fix our line, taking into account proposals for preliminary and for consolidated route. This is, I could say, this is the biggest challenge during implementation project. The next one is complicated coordination process, because if we are going the first, we have to harmonize, to coordinate our activities, especially during project design with them. Sometimes it could be difficultly, but now we have 4 common stage together, and 3 of them are approved and then harmonized by Rail Baltica, and then final stage also in the final harmonization process. And due to this, sometimes it was not possible to find common solution between on the project promoter levels, and we involved different levels of Latvia with responsible ministries, Ministry of Economics, who is responsible for energy field in Latvia, and then Ministry of Transport, who is responsible for transport in Latvia, and then in some stages also INEA level has been invited, and I could say big thanks for help representative from our ministries and to INEA as well. But in spite of all these problems, what I mentioned above, the process of transmission line construction is moving forward, is ongoing, construction is ongoing, and we are expecting to be online on time with our commissioning by end of 2020. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we heard conflicts between nature protection and development of projects in Austria. Now we hear the challenges related to combining different projects related to big infrastructure like PCIs and railways. And now we go instead to Liz Wells about her experience in the UK.
Good morning again. I just thought it would be helpful to recap and explain about the portfolio that we as National Grid have in the interconnector sphere. We have our first interconnector, IFA, to France, which has now been up and running for over 30 years. We have NEMO to Belgium, which went operational beginning of this year. And we also have BritNed, that is our connection to the Netherlands. In addition to that, we've got 3 interconnectors in construction at the minute. We have IFA 2, which is our second interconnector to France. We have NSL, which is our interconnector to Norway, and Viking Link, which is our connector to Denmark. We've also got other projects in development, but we've got a large portfolio. NEMO Link was the first PCI project that we went through the process, but I'm here today to speak to you about Viking. just from this image alone, you'll see that we crossed 4 member states, so it immediately became a lot more complicated. We had 4 member states, but sitting underneath that, we needed 12 permits. Broadly, that was 3 onshore permits in Denmark and 4 in the UK. It wasn't an easy process to bring all this together. So what is Viking Link? Viking Link is a 1400 megawatt interconnector to Denmark. We got our PCI status ratified in 2016 and then 2018. We're hoping to be up and running operational towards the end of 2023, 2024. As you can see, it crosses 4 member states, the UK, the Netherlands, Germany, and Denmark. It was quite a challenge. I'd like to reflect on 3 lessons learned that our South National Grid and Energinet arrived at when reflecting on the process that the PCI and TENI process provided us with. We submitted all our applications across the piece in 2017. And quite tellingly, I think, we got our comprehensive decisions. We got 2 in 2018 and 2 in 2019, and some almost a year apart. So the first reflection I would like to make is that the way that the TENI regulation is implemented across the different member states is very, very different. And actually it has, we've experienced the perverse effect of making things more complicated and slowing things down, either by lack of understanding or by adding additional requirements for us to go through that process. That was very true, certainly in the UK and Denmark, where we felt they added more pieces to the jigsaw for us to fix. So my recommendation on that front, when this comes to be reviewed, is there needs to be greater coordination between the member states on how those manuals of procedures are written, and look for synergies between the two. The second reflection is a very UK-focused one. And as a result of this parallel running that I described for the manual of procedures. In the UK, where a project of common interest has a marine element, the National Competent Authority is designated to our Marine Management Organisation. The Marine Management Organisation typically deals with marine licences, as the name would suggest, but typically at a point where they're submitted to the Marine Management Organisation, they get involved and they take you through to a point where you look to secure your marine licence. By designating the MMO as the National Competent Authority in the UK, required a lot of hand-holding. They don't have the resources to cope and to process the PCI requirements. So we spent a lot of time going to speak to them and almost felt like we were doing their jobs at time. So my recommendation to that would be whether the EU could produce some clear guidelines as to what the ownership and the obligations of the NCAs are, because certainly for the MMO, they weren't clear, and it felt like a lot of time we were doing our job as a project promoter, but also their job as the NCA, certainly when explaining to other consultees what was required. My third and final reflection that certainly both National Grid and Energinet, our project partner, felt was to do with Article 9 of the regulation, where it asks you to hold consultation within 2 months of one another. We had some difficulty in this, and certainly you can see the large expanse of water that separates the two would question the need for that requirement when our countries, we were not next to one another. There's a huge expanse of sea. What was the driver behind that ambition? In the UK, again, it had the perverse effect of adding to our timeline. We had to put in extra consultation events that, under our national planning system, we wouldn't need to do. So it delayed, ultimately, the submission of our applications. My suggestion on how that could be rectified was whether there's a level of discretion that could be applied to the requirements and the manual procedures to reflect the national permitting procedures that already exist on whether there's a need for additional consultation on top of that which your national permitting regime already advocates. So in conclusion, I'm minded to agree with the first speaker. The experience certainly on Viking Link was that our PCI status in a permitting sphere didn't help us, and if anything, it added to confusion with stakeholders, with the public, with statutory consultees. it added further tasks to us, both in Denmark and the UK, for consultation, for environmental obligations that we felt weren't necessary and added further time. So my concluding comment would be that the intention of PCI in 10 years is a good one. I fully advocate and endorse that. But if it's to go forward in a form that works for everybody, certainly from our perspective, we think there needs to be more flexibility and discretion as to how it's implemented. Almost pick the pieces that you like, that works for you to make sure the project gets through. The fact that our comprehensive decisions from the 4 member states were delivered over 14 months, I think speaks volumes of how the different member states interpreted their regulation and didn't help us at the end to try and pull it all together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liz, for sharing already also suggestions for improvement. And now, last but not least, Andrew on my side.
Thank you again. So maybe I start with the description of the PCI. Since the first list was adopted in 2013, I think, we have 5 PCI in the list. Well, so far we have managed to complete and commission 2 PCIs, 2 investment elements to be specific, because in the PCI we have a cluster of about 9 investment elements. 2 investment elements, 1 new substation and one overhead line. They are under advanced construction phase. We are looking forward to complete and commission by next year, by end of September. So we will have out of 9, out of 10, 4 investment elements completed and commissioned. The rest, they are in a very advanced permitting granting processes. That is in short. The PCI themselves, actually they are investment inside the Czech Republic. If you take a map, Czech Republic is actually in the middle, I would say in the middle of the axis, the power axis, between Germany, where there is a high risk, and Austria, where the storage. So this project or these projects, they, among others, they will facilitate the evacuation of power between north, south, eastern direction. Regarding the permit granting process, if I have to maybe pick some few elements, this in respect to the legal framework in the Czech Republic, then in the first point, I would say compliance with the spatial planning documentation. This is a very important and key element in the permit granting procedure. In the Czech Republic, we have 3 levels. We have the national level, what we call land use development policy. This is actual planning document adopted by government. But before it is adopted, there are discussion where regions they involve in the discussion. And the second level is the region one, what we call land use development principles. These are planning documentation adopted by respective regions. And then the last one is at municipal level. They are adopted by respective municipalities. Usually, if you want to create a smooth process, a project promoter should work very hard in order to ensure that the projects that are included in most of these, particularly the second one, the regional one, because there are some consequences for this. We CHEPS as a project promoter, we use this stage of the planning stage to have tireless, open, regular communication with all stakeholders, and in particular with all those local municipalities which they are affected by our projects. This is I would say, the early stage of the designing process, because in the second level, we usually go there when we have if it is something to do with a line, then we go with already the route. The route has to be specified in the planning documentation. A very important element in this phase is strategic environment assessment, which is performed there. So we before we go for the scoping and the air documentation, so we use this also to get some feedback whether we are complying with the environmental requirements, issues. This stage also we use to make a thorough explanation on how a project addresses infrastructure need, what benefit it brings to the society, and in particular to that specific region, to a specific community, how potentially adverse impacts are minimized, if there are any. We see that at this stage it is very important to harness the trust and participation of active and engaged stakeholders. We see it is very important that the involvement, communication, and outreach of national, regional, and local decision maker at this early design stage is important in order to overcome justified concerns. To support this, we proactively participate social, for example, and sports activities in different regions where we present ourselves, what we do, why we have to deliver the projects. Maybe one more element. What we see is very important is to have a robust and stable legal framework. That may be a point which relates to the two comments whether the PCI status helped or not helped. From our point of view, it depends how the regulation was adapted in that particular country. In our case, we at the beginning it was a challenging task to explain what it is and what will be the benefits. So we used the opportunities that we had in the communication at the early stage to communicate with those maybe municipalities so that they can understand. From my point of view, trust, mutual understanding are very important in the whole process. Maybe I will stop there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Andrew. In fact, I think the presentations complemented each other very well because we have really different perspective from the same, about the same legislation from different angles. I can see the identified difficulties in Austria, where every project seems to end up in court, and suggestions to improve the regulation, because you find that there is limited added value so far, at least in the Austrian context. I can hear the calls from the UK, where several issues like the duration of the consultation, the lack of capacity of the specific national administration in charge, or the different ways in which the 10E regulation is implemented across the EU, create further delays for the project developer. But I can also hear the more positive experience from Poland and Slovakia working together on a project which is delivered on time. Latvia, where also the project is on schedule, as I understand, in spite of the additional challenge of having this combination with railway projects. And then the experience in the Czech Republic, where I think you have insisted, Andrew, on a number of keywords which are essential and recurrent when we speak about all big infrastructure projects, such as participation building, trust, communication involving stakeholders early on in the planning of the projects. And this is something that we see for all type of big infrastructure. In my experience from nature protection, when we speak about railways, motorways, roads, energy projects, the key to success is indeed related very much to implementing and giving practical meaning to those keywords on the ground. I would like to open the floor for a question from the audience, and I think we will have hopefully someone going around with a microphone. So if you are ready to ask a question, please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and then feel free to address any of the panelists. Yes, there's a question there to the right. The lady on the right. Well, the lady on the right was first, but it's okay. We can start with the gentleman on the left, and then we go to the right. Please.
Hello, good morning. My name is Juan Prieto from Red Eléctrica from Spain. I'm the project director of the PCI Gulf project, interconnection project between Spain and France. My question is directed to our UK colleague here. You mentioned that the level of PCI in the Viking Link added some tasks and responsibilities for the authorization procedure in the part of the consultation, I assume, both in Denmark and in UK. Could you develop a bit further on what was the additional tasks in respect with the normal procedures in Denmark and UK? Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you for your question. From the UK side, for the rate consenting regime that we were following, we have strict requirements as to when we have to consult in an informal and formal way prior to submitting our application. What the 10E process meant was that, in addition to that, in order to comply with the window where you have to consult with your partner within a 2-month window, we had to put more in that, from our side, we didn't really feel were needed because we were ready to go, we were ready to submit. So the challenge was how we badged those and what we called those when we went to see the public again. We were worried about consultation fatigue, that they'll say, well, why are you coming back to see us? Get on with it, submit it, and then we can have a conversation. So it wasn't necessarily a bad thing because we gave stakeholders in the public as much information as they could possibly have. It's different to what we usually do, and we were worried that consultation fatigue, our stakeholders would just get bored and frustrated and say, please get on with it. Yeah.
Lise, if I can follow up on that, because it's an interesting point. These extra consultation requirements, do they come from the regulation itself or from the way the regulation has been implemented in the UK, in which existing consultation requirements have maybe not been streamlined or harmonized with those coming from the regulation? Because this is something that us in the Commission, we are confronted with all the time. It's Brussels, it's the regulations that require this. And then when we dig a bit deeper, we find out that actually member states have not done a proper job in combining existing national and EU level requirements. Is that the case?
You're going to test me here, but I think it's Article 9 of the regulation that says that where you have a project partner member state, you have to consult within 2 months of each other. So on that basis, I don't think it's a manual of procedure issue. The issue on our side was that timing, we couldn't correlate it with where we wanted to consult when we would normally consult on our proposals, having to kind of bolt it on at the end then to make sure that we married up with our Danish partners. So I think it's a regulation rather than manual procedures, happy to be corrected. It was more that we had to bolt it on.
Yeah, no, I'm not an expert on the regulation, but what I would expect member states to do when such a requirement comes from EU law is to look at the national framework and see if there are requirements which are redundant and need to be removed or harmonized with the one coming from EU law. That's what one would expect to be done. But we have another question on that side, please.
Maite Grinkavic, I'm from INEA, European Commission. I'm, first of all, very grateful to the panelists and moderator, because what are you discussing is, I would say, one of the key reasons for PCI delays. And for one sec, at the very beginning of this panel, I was puzzled, maybe we are reading different TNI regulation, because what I heard from the first presentation somehow didn't associate so how I read the regulation. But then my faith was restored with following panelists, and I recognize all issues you mentioned in PCI implementation. And I'm also grateful to our moderator who actually pointed a very specific problem where we see the implementation, the redundancy in the national legislation following the entering into the force of regulation. Now, my question actually is to all panelists, including moderator, if possible, to reply. If you have a possibility to choose, would you advocate for complete European level permitting process, which basically means that, as moderator just said, it will be Brussels telling, and you don't have any more all other layers you mentioned in your presentation? Thanks.
It's a very ambitious question because it's actually 6 questions in one, because you want an answer from each and every of us. But maybe a quick reply from each of the panelists.
Okay, so I'm not an expert on the regulation and the legislation. I'm a technician. But I have to say that regarding the process in Slovakia, we are okay with this process as it was. It was, I think, successful. We achieved the permit on time, and we were able to continue with the implementation of the project.
My sentiments are the same. The national regimes that we have in place in Denmark and the UK allowed us to arrive at the permit out with the PCI and TENI process.
Perhaps the complicated procedures are an Austrian disease, but I heard it also from my German colleagues, the same story, and we can see it also. The progress is very slow in very important projects linking the north to the south in the grid. I think the regulation, strictly speaking, the regulation has no implementation because the regulation is law, national law immediately. But the problem is that it comes together with environmental impact assessment directive, which has to be implemented. There are several rules and different rules from country to country. We have the Water Framework Directive, we have the Biodiversity Directives. These are also all directives, and I personally think that I don't look for the challenge with the moderator, but I think it should be the biodiversity directives should be reviewed also in the respect if in all cases and biodiversity issues should overrule energy security issues. And your theoretical, hypothetical question, a complete European framework, yeah, I tend to say yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to where to start. Member states, they have different historical decision making process. There are specific characteristics in particular member states. So the question always is, and this is when I reflect, for example, how the regulation 347 was adopted in the Czech Republic. At the beginning, there was always what I can say. There are always a room for improvement. That is one thing. We indicated some issues. For example, I will give example. We adopted the connected coordination scheme. So the competent authority had till 2017 only the task coordinating, but the permit granting process, for example, as far as zonal planning or building permit is concerned, were carried out by other authorities, which of course caused some problems. But the legislators, and this because we try to also participate in the teams where the legislators, they come out with some proposal, and from 2018 there was amendment where the competent authorities was for PCI projects was given this responsibility to process the zonal and building permit. That is one element, for example. Another amendment is about the deadlines. Yeah? If there are several authorities in the process, there were no deadlines. Yeah? But now there are deadlines in the sense if an entity is not responding, is not giving, maybe it's supposed to give opinion or approval, then after the deadline, it is assumed that has care. So it is what I wanted to say, yes, it can be one framework, but always I think member states, they have different specifics which actually during the adoption of the regulation, they have to be reflected. Thank you.
From system operator point of view, answer is generally yes. And of course, European regulation is obligatory, and we are using, of course, during implementation of project such procedures. But sometimes in regulation also some questions or definitions are not clearly identified. And then, for instance, taking into account our experience with infrastructure projects, especially during public consultations for local inhabitants, if you are asking them about European regulation, he does not nothing about this. I'm living here in this village, and then please give me answer on local level. And then regarding this, of course, we are working together with stakeholders, with competent authorities, because commissioning dates of PCIs are very ambitious and quite short, and then we have to do all our best to meet this deadline. And then also in Latvia, for example, we have some additional governmental legislation, especially related to PCI projects, what in European level it is PCI label, and then for instance in national level it is also a strategic project label, what really help us to implement the project.
Okay, so you can see that the views around the panel are pretty split about possible centralization of the project permit procedure at EU level. Personally, as you also asked the view of the moderator, I would think it's very hard to imagine that this could be practicable, because the level of particularly public consultation and engagement with people at local level that happens, and we've heard this from all colleagues around the panel, would not be possible to be done centrally from Brussels. And so I don't see how this could be practically put in place. But of course, I'm not a PCI expert, I'm only the moderator. That said, the one key element that would not change, even if there was a centralized procedure, is that environmental legislation that Stefan refers to, Water Framework Directive, Environmental Impact Assessment Directive, the Habitats and Birds Directive, would continue to apply. So that would not make it simpler. And they must continue to apply, because they protect public interests, which are as essential as public security, as the fight against climate change. So what needs to be done is what happens in practice, and it's always a challenge, requires a lot of energy, is to balance and find trade-offs when there is a conflict and the conflict cannot be avoided. One of the key issues is the issue of routing of infrastructure indeed, and finding alternatives. And I wouldn't agree with you that, for instance, nature directives always prevail about security of supply and so on. I have an example that we discussed with colleagues in NR and INEA from last week, where we actually, in the Commission, accept compensation, so destruction of environmental values, nature feature, which are highly protected, and because of a PCI project, and this will be compensated somewhere else. So there is a mechanism in the legislation that reconciles these different public goods, and there is an assessment that needs to be made on a case-by-case basis. Where maybe I'm more in line with you is about the cumbersome procedure being maybe a feature of the Austrian framework. I've certainly experienced the same from the nature protection perspective, and it's also a bigger challenge for federal states, I think. So maybe that's part of the explanation of the more complex procedure at national level. But now enough with exploiting the prerogative of the moderators, and more questions from the audience. We still have a few minutes if you want to ask one or two more questions. Yes, the gentleman here on the right.
William Hazel from PaleBlue.energy. We've got a PCI project in the UK for CO2 infrastructure. Question in relation to the capability of the marine competent authority to interface with the onshore competent authority, and what problems that presented for you and how you got around them.
So that's what I alluded to in my presentation. Certainly in the UK, you'll know that it's the MMO is the NCA for any PCI that has a marine interface. So we had a strange dichotomy where the MMO were wearing two hats. They were wearing their NCA hat, but they were also wearing their marine license hat. And that could become quite problematic when you were trying to talk through the development at a macro level and all the way through versus what you needed for the marine license. So it goes back to my point in the presentation that if that is certainly the UK government ambition or aspiration to keep that, the MMO as a body needs to be better funded and better resourced to understand their role rather than us having to do it for them. You do have to remind them sometimes, are you talking to us as a marine license body now or as the NCA? It could be quite confusing, yeah.
Okay, any other question that you would like to ask before we come to a closure of this discussion? Yes, here.
Thank you very much for giving me the possibility to ask the last question. Thank you for your interesting presentation. My name is Daria Torisano. I also work for INEA, Innovation and Networks Executive Agency of the European Commission. And I would like to ask a different question regarding the communication tools that have been used by the different companies in order to reach notably the local citizens and the local communities, because sometimes the project and the permitting takes a few months, sometimes even years. So I wanted to know if you have adapted your communication tools also in light of the latest development regarding the utilization of social media, or if you go more for traditional meeting with local communities, and also if you have any idea, you can quantify how much time and resources have been invested in order to convince the communities to accept your project and to avoid the not in my backyard phenomenon. Thank you very much.
Okay, so the question is relevant to several of you. Who would like to tackle it? Andrew, please.
I think I mentioned in my highlights that one of the tools which we use during communication is participating, for example, in social sports activities, where we have a stand like the stand we have here for the projects, and we advertise ourselves. We communicate with the general public if these particular activities in the particular region where we have interest, in the sense that we need to deliver an infrastructure there, then we do so. So this is one of the, it's quite a direct interaction with the people affected, people concerned.
Thank you. Any other contributor, please?
Yes, I also could answer regarding infrastructure project activities. We are preparing a lot of activities, what you are mentioned. Of course, firstly, project is included in the web page of project promoter side, and also we have news in local newspapers, local journals, but a lot of time usually we use for public discussion regarding the project, and then according European legislation, according national legislation, we have to communicate with each landowner of, for instance, electricity transmission line. Also, we have to present and publish our project in municipalities. Municipalities informing participant also with local newspapers. The process is long, and length of process depends on length of transmission line. If line is short, when involved landowners and municipalities are not so much, and then if length is quite big, when participant also, we have a lot of participant of public discussions.
Thank you. Please, come on.
As I explained in my presentation, we started the communication very early, and we started the communication on the conferences and the events related to the gas in Slovakia. Then within the environmental impact assessment, we had several consultations also with public. We had public hearings in the main city along the pipeline route. But what's very important, as soon as we started with the zoning permitting process, we had to communicate also with the municipalities. This communication was very time consuming, but we did it. And the next step in the communication was when we started to prepare the working strip of the pipeline. That means that since this time, we have our people in the areas, our project managers and people who take care of the pipeline, and they are serving as a main communication source there, because the people on site want to communicate, be in touch with the people who are there. So our people are fully responsible for this process.
I just wanted to pick up your point about social media and new communications. I think that's definitely the way forward, and you can see the rhetoric on things like Twitter and their website, and that's definitely the way things are moving. But certainly for Viking in the UK, the area that we were routing our cable through, the demographic was such that they weren't familiar with Twitter or Facebook or websites, so we found actually the best mechanism, at the risk of consultation fatigue, was getting out there and spending time getting to know them and their lands and their concern and their issues, and to get them involved right from the beginning. So where do you want us to route? Where do you want us to site? What's important to you and your neighbourhood? Because next to that, their biggest concern was, well, this is a national gain. What's in it for us? There's nothing in it for us. Okay, so let's work with you as to where we can best site this, so that to the best of our ability, we reach a balance, to strike that balance. But certainly in developments that are more in city or developed areas with a younger demographic, I think social media has a huge platform to play. Yeah.
Perhaps I would like to add one point to the question how to gain better public acceptance for necessary projects. I think it shouldn't be only the job of the investor to explain that the project is necessary, because it is for public interests, energy security, climate neutrality, and so on. And often the investor is perhaps associated with profit interests and not with public interests. So I think if we are heading to the Green Deal, the European Union as a whole and the member states should also endorse Green Deal relevant projects. They should support them and to show that it is beneficial for the whole concept.
Thank you. As you can see, a multiplicity of approaches from traditional to modern one, and a key factor, so thanks a lot for the question, a key factor for success is certainly communication. I think this takes us to the end of our discussion today, because our time is up. And we get away with some food for thought in terms of what has worked and what has not worked, and what needs to be taken into account in the periodical reviews of legislation that the Commission undertakes. So I'm sure that my colleagues from DG Enera have also taken a good note of this discussion. And yes, you mentioned the Green Deal that will be adopted as planned, I think, on the 11th of December, in about a week from now. That Green Deal will have to be green, so we'll have to also contain a component which has been announced on a biodiversity strategy. So the challenge of reconciling PCIs with other public interests and environmental interests will be with us. But I'm optimistic about it, because I have experience in reconciling them, and I know that on a case-by-case basis it is possible. So let's work together for that. Thank you very much for your participation.
Projects of common interest are major infrastructure facilities that connect energy networks across Europe, ensuring that secure, clean and affordable energy reaches all citizens. They will make it possible to complete the European internal energy market and meet the EU's objective of secure, sustainable and affordable energy. New infrastructure means new electricity lines, gas pipelines, high-voltage electric systems and much more. PCIs, projects of common interest, help energy travel more efficiently, over land, underground or underwater, increasing energy exchange across countries and regions. These exchanges allow energy providers to compete with one another, offering consumers the best price. The projects of common interest boost the use of energy from renewable sources. Every project selected by the EU ensures that it minimises the overall impact on wildlife and the environment. But that is not all. These projects build bridges between countries and distribute energy more efficiently. As a result, isolated and peripheral member states will be better integrated into the European energy market. Are you interested in these projects? Get involved now and play an active role. People working in industry can reduce their environmental impact by sharing good practices and cooperating closely with civil society. Let's work together and move towards secure, sustainable and affordable energy sources for all consumers. Join and help us modernise and better connect Europe's energy infrastructure.
Freshwater West Beach on the Pembrokeshire coast. The wind and waves here are often described as surfing paradise, but if planners get their way, it could also one day play an important role in electricity supply, although you'd never know it to look at it. They want to run a huge undersea underground power cable between the Republic of Ireland and South Wales, effectively plugging one country into another.
Interconnectors have a proven ability to lower prices for consumers at both ends. So in this case, it would certainly be benefiting from potentially lower price Irish power. Ireland has a significant amount of renewables now, and when the wind blows or the sun shines, they can export wind at a low price, which will lower prices for Wales.
The cable's set to start 200 kilometres in that direction out towards Cork before travelling under the sea and coming up somewhere on the beach here. At a cost of 400 million euros, it aims to deliver electricity of 500 megawatts through the cable, enough to power an entire station. The idea of running power cables under the sea is nothing new, using specialist ships to effectively roll out the wiring in a pretty similar way to how you might wind out your garden hose. But this feat, if successful, would be the first of its kind in South Wales, joining up with existing cables as countries try to make better use of any spare energy, although not without first checking this unique area of seafloor.
Sea grasses, for example, we try to avoid that, disturbing the bed of the sea. Once the cable is buried and the natural backfill of the soil covers the cable, it's well protected for the next 40 years.
The company behind the idea, Greenlink, argued that it could offer energy security across both sides of the sea, shifting enough electricity to power almost 400,000 homes. But any construction phase is still some way off, with planning permission being targeted early next year, and then construction hoped to finally begin sometime around 2020.
Germany's shift towards more sustainable energy has put renewables in the spotlight. By 2050, it aims to source at least 80% of its electricity from replenishable sources, such as solar and wind. And by 2022, it will phase out its remaining nuclear power plants, which are primarily in the south. Wind turbines are most common in northern Germany. At times, they generate significantly more electricity than is consumed, resulting in a regional power surplus. However, the largest demand centres are in the south, which will soon face a power deficit. Ensuring consumers and businesses enjoy a reliable supply means new infrastructure must be built to transfer electricity to areas of need. One such project is Ultranet. The point-to-point line will transmit electricity some 340 kilometres from Osterrad in the north of Germany south to Philippsburg, where it will be fed into the grid and distributed. By 2023, Ultranet will be extended to the coast to tap into wind farms in the North Sea. Ultranet is innovative, high-voltage transmission. It has an important pilot project role because Ultranet will be incorporated into existing lines used for alternating current. However, it will transfer high-voltage direct current, or HVDC. Now we need to back up a step. What is HVDC exactly? Not only is it direct current, but the voltage is much higher than the 50 Hz voltage in Germany's AC grid. The benefit of this approach is that direct current can be transported long distances without interruption and with minimal losses. Plus, it raises the capacity of existing transmission lines and, importantly, electricity can be moved in both directions. The direct current is converted at each endpoint into alternating current, so electricity can be fed into the AC grid. HVDC technology is already deployed in over 20 countries. In Germany, HVDC infrastructure is being expanded, helping to increase reliability. The Ultranet project makes a key contribution towards the government's green energy goals. Moreover, it requires very little new land as the same towers and footprint will be used for both direct and alternating current. That's good news for the region between Osterrad and Philipsburg. The capacity of the line will be improved without significantly changing its appearance or environmental impact. Instead, a few sites will simply require taller towers. For the foreseeable future, electricity from fossil fuels will remain an important aspect of dependable power supplies. Consequently, Ultranet will also transmit electricity from these sources to the south of Germany, and in future, solar energy from the south will be sent north. Before the Ultranet project is implemented, it has to undergo a two-step approval process. First, the German Federal Network Agency identifies an approximately 1,000-meter wide corridor. This is used in the second step as the basis for more detailed planning of the transmission route by the transmission system operators called TSOs. This more precise path must be approved by the network agency. Ultranet will be built by TSOs Amprion and Transnet BW. Members of the public are welcome to become involved at any phase and discuss questions and concerns with Transnet BW. All in all, Ultranet makes a vital contribution to the future of renewables in Germany.
Windstrom, Sonnenstrom, Biomasse, Geothermie. Erneuerbare Energien werden Atom- und Kohlestrom immer weiter aus unseren Netzen verdrängen. Unser bisheriges Stromnetz ist für den steigenden Anteil erneuerbarer Energien jedoch nicht ausgelegt. Vor der Energiewende wurde das Stromnetz zentral aufgebaut. In der Nähe von Großstädten und Industriezentren wurden große Kraftwerke errichtet. Diese versorgten die Ballungsgebiete auf kurzem Weg mit Strom. Erneuerbare Energien werden hingegen dezentral dort produziert, wo häufig der Wind weht oder die Sonne scheint. Außerdem gibt es nicht wenige große, sondern viele kleine Kraftwerke. In den kommenden Jahren wird es in Deutschland immer mehr dieser Windräder, Solaranlagen und Kleinstkraftwerke geben. Die Herausforderung: bereits heute kann unser Netz den dezentral erzeugten Ökostrom häufig nicht mehr abtransportieren. Windräder müssen dann auch in windreichen Zeiten abgeregelt werden. Die Lösung? Überregionale Höchstspannungsleitungen wie Südlink, die wie ein Staubsauger große Mengen an grünem Strom aufsaugen und ihn flexibel dorthin leiten, wo er gerade benötigt wird. Mit moderner Gleichstromtechnologie transportiert Südlink Energie vom windreichen Norden zu den Verbrauchszentren im Süden oder bei Windflaute auch vom sonnigen Süden in den Norden. Und selbst in Zeiten mit wenig Wind und Sonne hilft Südlink, die Versorgung aus regenerativen Energien zu sichern. Durch die Anbindung an die Nordlink-Stromleitung speist Südlink, je nach Bedarf, Wasserkraft aus Norwegen in das deutsche Stromnetz ein. Im Zusammenspiel mit weiteren Höchstspannungsgleichstromleitungen wie Südostlink und Ultranet garantiert Südlink eine sichere, flexible und verlässliche Versorgung mit Strom. Bei jeder Wetterlage, 365 Tage im Jahr.
The project hydro pump storage system in Amphilohia is being developed by Terna Energy, a company with a strong and successful presence in the field of renewable energy sources, both in Greece and abroad. The project is located in the western Greece region, prefecture of Attila Karnania, municipality of Amphilohia, Valtos province. It is characterized as a project of common interest because of its high importance to the European energy market. Both the technical studies and the environmental impact assessment are co-financed by the Connecting European Facility program. The project is also considered as a strategic investment for Greece. Hydro pump storage is considered as the only low-cost and effective method of mass energy storage in the world. It is environmentally friendly and can be easily developed in areas where the topography and water reserves allow for it. In Greece, the Public Power Corporation has built and operates 2 such plants. This investment upgrades the existing infrastructure and power systems. The project's design includes the construction of 2 independent upper reservoirs, Pigos and Ayusioyos, while the existing Kastraki Lake will serve as a lower reservoir.
2 independent energy production and pumping stations will be constructed. Ayusioyos will host 4 reversible units, and Pigos 2 reversible units. The system will store energy surplus during hours of reduced demand by pumping water from the lower to the upper reservoir. During peak demand, it will produce energy by utilizing the water's potential as it runs through turbines from the upper to the lower reservoir. Hydro pump storage systems safeguard the grid by providing ancillary services related to frequency and voltage stabilization alongside quick and flexible responses to sudden changes in electricity demands. Consequently, the provision of ancillary services to the grid facilitates the penetration of intermittent renewables. Hydro pump storage systems contribute to a considerable reduction of pollutants and greenhouse gases since they do not use polluting fossil fuels during operation. The areas that will host the facilities will benefit in various ways, both by the increase of visitors and the development of new and existing infrastructure. In addition, around 900 people are expected to be employed, directly and indirectly, during the construction phase, while a variety of machinery and raw materials will be utilized. During operation, local specialized and auxiliary personnel will be employed in 60 new jobs. In terms of public consultation, a series of informative events and communication activities took place to inform the local community about the project. Hydro pump storage projects, like all hydroelectric projects, have very high domestic added value and contribute significantly to the Greek economy. The project will provide flexibility and stability to the Greek electricity transmission and distribution network, as well as significant ancillary services. This investment is a crucial step towards Greece's non-independence from imported fuels and can support the country's return on the growth path.
Kurzemes loks ir viens no vērienīgākajiem elektropārvades stiprināšanas projektiem kopš Latvijas neatkarības atjaunošanas. Ar jauno 330 kV līniju loka noslēgšana būtiski uzlabo energoapgādi Kurzemē, kā ikdienas situācijās, tā vētru gadījumos, un ir arī novērsta līdz šim iztrūkstošā jauda Kurzemē, tādējādi palielinot arī jaunu pieslēgumu pieejamu. Tad šodien mēs varam novērtēt vienu darbu, kas ir pilnībā un godam pabeigts. Kariņkungs, lūdzu, vārds jums.
Šis ir viens ļoti svarīgs notikums mūsu valsts ilgtermiņa attīstībai lielā nozīme. Viņš ir, iedomājamies, kā tādu lielo automaģistrālu, kas ir uz šiem balstiem. Viņš nodrošinās to, ka nākotnē mūsu ekonomikai attīstoties, mūsu ekonomikai elektrificējoties, mums būs iespējas, arī visas nākotnes slodzes nodrošināt.
I'm pleased to see that the Connecting Europe facility from which we contributed to this project contributes to the implementation of the strategic infrastructure project in Latvia and for the Baltic region in general.
Šis projekts sastāvēja no 3 daļām. Faktiski viss šis projekts ir ļoti veiksmīgi realizēts. Kā jau tika minēts, gan termiņos, gan arī attiecīgi budžetā. Kā man prieks visus jūs apsveikt un izteikt lielu pateicību jums par līdzdalību šajā projektā.
Šobrīd es aicināšu visus trīs kungus simboliski ieslēgt kurzemes loku. Šādi ar vienu slēdzi gluži nevar kurzemi pieslēgt un atslēgt no elektrības, bet simboliski mēs to darīsim. Tad visi trīs kopā. Lūdzu.
Noskaitīs. 3, 2, 1.
Ir.
Projects of common interest are major infrastructure facilities that connect energy networks across Europe, ensuring that secure, clean and affordable energy reaches all citizens. They will make it possible to complete the European internal energy market and meet the EU's objective of secure, sustainable and affordable energy. New infrastructure means new electricity lines, gas pipelines, high-voltage electric systems and much more. PCI's, projects of common interest, help energy travel more efficiently over land, underground or underwater, increasing energy exchange across countries and regions. These exchanges allow energy providers to compete with one another, offering consumers the best price. The projects of common interest boost the use of energy from renewable sources. Every project selected by the EU ensures that it minimises the overall impact on wildlife and the environment. But that is not all. These projects build bridges between countries and distribute energy more efficiently. As a result, isolated and peripheral member states will be better integrated into the European energy market. Are you interested in these projects? Get involved now and play an active role. People working in industry can reduce their environmental impact by sharing good practices and cooperating closely with civil society. Let's work together and move towards secure, sustainable and affordable energy sources for all consumers. Join and help us modernise and better connect Europe's energy infrastructure.
Freshwater West Beach on the Pembrokeshire coast. The wind and waves here are often described as surfing paradise, but if planners get their way, it could also one day play an important role in electricity supply, although you'd never know it to look at it. They want to run a huge undersea, underground power cable between the Republic of Ireland and South Wales, effectively plugging one country into another.
Interconnectors have a proven ability to lower prices for consumers at both ends. So in this case, it would certainly be benefiting from potentially lower price Irish power. Ireland has a significant amount of renewables now, and when the wind blows or the sun shines, they can export wind at a low price, which will lower prices for Wales.
The cable's set to start 200 kilometres in that direction out towards Cork before travelling under the sea and coming up somewhere on the beach here. At a cost of 400 million euros, it aims to deliver electricity of 500 megawatts through the cable, enough to power an entire station. The idea of running power cables under the sea is nothing new, using specialist ships to effectively roll out the wiring in a pretty similar way to how you might wind out your garden hose. But this feat, if successful, would be the first of its kind in South Wales, joining up with existing cables as countries try to make better use of any spare energy, although not without first checking this unique area of seafloor.
Sea grasses, for example, we try to avoid that, disturbing the bed of the sea. Once the cable is buried and the natural backfill of the soil covers the cable, it's well protected for the next 40 years.
The company behind the idea, Greenlink, argued that it could offer energy security across both sides of the sea, shifting enough electricity to power almost 400,000 homes. But any construction phase is still some way off, with planning permission being targeted early next year and then construction hoped to finally begin sometime around 2020.
Germany's shift towards more sustainable energy has put renewables in the spotlight. By 2050, it aims to source at least 80% of its electricity from replenishable sources, such as solar and wind. And by 2022, it will phase out its remaining nuclear power plants, which are primarily in the south. Wind turbines are most common in northern Germany. At times, they generate significantly more electricity than is consumed, resulting in a regional power surplus. However, the largest demand centres are in the south, which will soon face a power deficit. Ensuring consumers and businesses enjoy a reliable supply means new infrastructure must be built to transfer electricity to areas of need. One such project is Ultranet. The point-to-point line will transmit electricity some 340 kilometres from Osterrad in the north of Germany south to Philippsburg, where it will be fed into the grid and distributed. By 2023, Ultranet will be extended to the coast to tap into wind farms in the North Sea. Ultranet is innovative, high-voltage transmission. It has an important pilot project role because Ultranet will be incorporated into existing lines used for alternating current. However, it will transfer high-voltage direct current, or HVDC. Now we need to back up a step. What is HVDC exactly? Not only is it direct current, but the voltage is much higher than the 50 Hz voltage in Germany's AC grid. The benefit of this approach is that direct current can be transported long distances without interruption and with minimal losses. Plus, it raises the capacity of existing transmission lines and, importantly, electricity can be moved in both directions. The direct current is converted at each endpoint into alternating current, so electricity can be fed into the AC grid. HVDC technology is already deployed in over 20 countries. In Germany, HVDC infrastructure is being expanded, helping to increase reliability. The Ultranet project makes a key contribution towards the government's green energy goals. Moreover, it requires very little new land as the same towers and footprint will be used for both direct and alternating current. That's good news for the region between Osterrad and Philipsburg. The capacity of the line will be improved without significantly changing its appearance or environmental impact. Instead, a few sites will simply require taller towers. For the foreseeable future, electricity from fossil fuels will remain an important aspect of dependable power supplies. Consequently, Ultranet will also transmit electricity from these sources to the south of Germany, and in future, solar energy from the south will be sent north. Before the Ultranet project is implemented, it has to undergo a two-step approval process. First, the German Federal Network Agency identifies an approximately 1,000-meter wide corridor. This is used in the second step as the basis for more detailed planning of the transmission route by the transmission system operators called TSOs. This more precise path must be approved by the network agency. Ultranet will be built by TSOs Amprion and Transnet BW. Members of the public are welcome to become involved at any phase and discuss questions and concerns with Transnet BW. All in all, Ultranet makes a vital contribution to the future of renewables in Germany.
Windstrom, Sonnenstrom, Biomasse, Geothermie. Erneuerbare Energien werden Atom- und Kohlestrom immer weiter aus unseren Netzen verdrängen. Unser bisheriges Stromnetz ist für den steigenden Anteil erneuerbarer Energien jedoch nicht ausgelegt. Vor der Energiewende wurde das Stromnetz zentral aufgebaut. In der Nähe von Großstädten und Industriezentren wurden große Kraftwerke errichtet. Diese versorgten die Ballungsgebiete auf kurzem Weg mit Strom. Erneuerbare Energien werden hingegen dezentral dort produziert, wo häufig der Wind weht oder die Sonne scheint. Außerdem gibt es nicht wenige große, sondern viele kleine Kraftwerke. In den kommenden Jahren wird es in Deutschland immer mehr dieser Windräder, Solaranlagen und Kleinstkraftwerke geben. Die Herausforderung: bereits heute kann unser Netz den dezentral erzeugten Ökostrom häufig nicht mehr abtransportieren. Windräder müssen dann auch in windreichen Zeiten abgeregelt werden. Die Lösung? Überregionale Höchstspannungsleitungen wie Südlink, die wie ein Staubsauger große Mengen an grünem Strom aufsaugen und ihn flexibel dorthin leiten, wo er gerade benötigt wird. Mit moderner Gleichstromtechnologie transportiert Südlink Energie vom windreichen Norden zu den Verbrauchszentren im Süden oder bei Windflaute auch vom sonnigen Süden in den Norden. Und selbst in Zeiten mit wenig Wind und Sonne hilft Südlink, die Versorgung aus regenerativen Energien zu sichern. Durch die Anbindung an die Nordlink-Stromleitung speist Südlink, je nach Bedarf, Wasserkraft aus Norwegen in das deutsche Stromnetz ein. Im Zusammenspiel mit weiteren Höchstspannungsgleichstromleitungen wie Südostlink und Ultranet garantiert Südlink eine sichere, flexible und verlässliche Versorgung mit Strom. Bei jeder Wetterlage, 365 Tage im Jahr.
Baltic Connector is a state-owned Finnish company, which together with the Estonian state-owned Elering is responsible for constructing a gas pipeline connecting the Finnish and Estonian gas networks. Baltic Connector is a bidirectional pipeline leading us toward a carbon-neutral society as part of the European gas market. In Finland, the onshore pipeline route will mainly run through the municipality of Inko and, for a short distance, the municipalities of Lohja and Siuntio. The onshore pipeline will run approximately 1 meter underground throughout the distance of 21 kilometers in Finland and 55 kilometers from Paldiski to Kili in Estonia.
The transmission capacity of the pipeline is equivalent to the annual usage of heating energy for 4,000 houses. Throughout history, Finland has created connections to the surrounding world. According to the plans, Baltic Connector will be put into operation as of 2020. Natural values are taken into account in the construction process of the offshore pipeline. When completed, the 77-kilometer-long pipeline will run along the seabed. Specially designed vessels capable of efficient and precise performance are used in the pipelaying process. The pipeline does not interfere with nature, boating, or maritime transport, and it will not be disturbed by natural forces. 75% of Baltic Connector's total cost is funded by the EU. Natural gas keeps us warm and on the move. It helps us steer away from the use of coal as an energy source. Baltic Connector enables sustainable energy solutions for the future. Gas is an important part of our energy policy. Baltic Connector, together with effective and open gas markets, builds a bridge toward a carbon-neutral society. Gas is a natural product. It is odorless and non-poisonous. A gas pipeline is the most environmentally friendly way of transferring energy. Once Baltic Connector is completed, everything will look the way it did before. We will, however, be one step closer to a green future.
Projects of common interest are major infrastructure facilities that connect energy networks across Europe, ensuring that secure, clean and affordable energy reaches all citizens. They will make it possible to complete the European internal energy market and meet the EU's objective of secure, sustainable and affordable energy. New infrastructure means new electricity lines, gas pipelines, high-voltage electric systems and much more. PCI's, projects of common interest, help energy travel more efficiently, over land, underground or underwater, increasing energy exchange across countries and regions. These exchanges allow energy providers to compete with one another, offering consumers the best price. The projects of common interest boost the use of energy from renewable sources. Every project selected by the EU ensures that it minimizes the overall impact on wildlife and the environment. But that is not all. These projects build bridges between countries and distribute energy more efficiently. As a result, isolated and peripheral member states will be better integrated into the European energy market. Are you interested in these projects? Get involved now and play an active role. People working in industry can reduce their environmental impact by sharing good practices and cooperating closely with civil society. Let's work together and move towards secure, sustainable and affordable energy sources for all consumers. Join and help us modernize and better connect Europe's energy infrastructure.
Balticconnector is a state-owned Finnish company, which together with the Estonian state-owned Elering is responsible for constructing a gas pipeline connecting the Finnish and Estonian gas networks. Balticconnector is a bidirectional pipeline leading us toward a carbon-neutral society as part of the European gas market. In Finland, the onshore pipeline route will mainly run through the municipality of Inko and, for a short distance, the municipalities of Lohja and Siuntio. The onshore pipeline will run approximately 1 meter underground throughout the distance of 21 kilometers in Finland and 55 kilometers from Paldiski to Kili in Estonia. The transmission capacity of the pipeline is equivalent to the annual usage of heating energy for 4,000 houses. Throughout history, Finland has created connections to the surrounding world. According to the plans, Balticconnector will be put into operation as of 2020. Natural values are taken into account in the construction process of the offshore pipeline. When completed, the 77-kilometer-long pipeline will run along the seabed. Specially designed vessels capable of efficient and precise performance are used in the pipelaying process. The pipeline does not interfere with nature, boating, or maritime transport, and it will not be disturbed by natural forces. 75% of Balticconnector's total cost is funded by the EU. Natural gas keeps us warm and on the move. It helps us steer away from the use of coal as an energy source. Balticconnector enables sustainable energy solutions for the future. Gas is an important part of our energy policy. Balticconnector, together with effective and open gas markets, builds a bridge toward a carbon-neutral society. Gas is a natural product. It is odorless and non-poisonous. A gas pipeline is the most environmentally friendly way of transferring energy. Once Balticconnector is completed, everything will look the way it did before. We will, however, be one step closer to a green future.
Projects of common interest are major infrastructure facilities that connect energy networks across Europe, ensuring that secure, clean and affordable energy reaches all citizens. They will make it possible to complete the European internal energy market and meet the EU's objective of secure, sustainable and affordable energy. New infrastructure means new electricity lines, gas pipelines, high-voltage electric systems and much more. PCI's, projects of common interest, help energy travel more efficiently, over land, underground or underwater, increasing energy exchange across countries and regions. These exchanges allow energy providers to compete with one another, offering consumers the best price. The projects of common interest boost the use of energy from renewable sources. Every project selected by the EU ensures that it minimises the overall impact on wildlife and the environment. But that is not all. These projects build bridges between countries and distribute energy more efficiently. As a result, isolated and peripheral member states will be better integrated into the European energy market. Are you interested in these projects? Get involved now and play an active role. People working in industry can reduce their environmental impact by sharing good practices and cooperating closely with civil society. Let's work together and move towards secure, sustainable and affordable energy sources for all consumers. Join and help us modernise and better connect Europe's energy infrastructure.
Hello? Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for joining this session, which concerns procurement rules for PCIs. And my name is Beatrice Coda. I work in INEA, the Connecting Europe Facility in Energy Unit. And I think I'm sitting here to moderate this panel because procurement for PCIs and for projects which are financed by the EU, like in programs like CEF, procurement has a major impact on EU funds. So PCIs be implemented well and in time. So working on protect their expenditures to see if they are compliant with organize the session in such a way that we tackle the EU procurement for support from really the EU perspective on public procurement, and then also that you have the experiences on procurement for some of the PCIs that you know that work or really on this procurement constantly. For these reasons, we have invited with us a distinguished panel of speakers. One is on my right is Mrs. Katarina Knapton-Firlik, who works in DG GROW as head of unit for the public procurement strategy. And then the three other speakers will cover, let's say, the implementation, so really the projects, if I may say so. So again, on my side, I have Nemaunas Bithnius, Acting Chief Executive Director of Amber Grid, and then Sea Metler, Lawyer and Project Coordinator of Baltic Connector OY, and Preet Ainla, Project Manager at Ellering. I hope this will be an interesting session. Procurement is, let's say, a very hard topic, but we'll make the best really that when you get out of this session, you will feel secured and comforted that for your PCI, especially if you are a new PCI coming in the 4th PCI list and you're early, let's say, in your planning, and you still have to see how the procurement will fit, let's say, into your project implementation, that, well, this session was helpful enough for you to guide you, let's say, on best practices, avoid mistakes, and, well, and help you, let's say, successfully in your project. So after this very short introduction, you will still have a couple of minutes with me to give you a little bit more detailed flavor on in this session, if we can put the slides. Yes, so why? Yes, I can go to the next. Yes, so why do we need EU public procurement rules? We have a European legal framework for public procurement rules to ensure that businesses and public authorities across the European single market compete for public contracts above a certain threshold, and that principles like equal treatment, transparency are respected, that fraud and corruption are reduced, and their barriers, so in terms of legal administrative barriers, especially when it concerns projects like PCIs, so which have a strong cross-border dimension, and cross-border tenders, therefore, in some cases, are reduced. Also, let's say, public procurement covers additional policy goals, such as environmental sustainability, social inclusion, and innovation. When we talk about our projects of common interest, I think we have to really, the main, let's say, directives that apply. So the European legal framework is based on really two main directives, the Directive 2014-24 and the Directive 2014-25, and especially this one is what, let's say, we are mainly working on because it concerns all, let's say, TSOs. And below you see, let's say, the threshold that applies. So contracts above the thresholds that are indicated there, the directive will apply. And then, of course, there are more directives and other, but I have mentioned just these two here because these are the main ones. And the standard way of awarding contracts is through competitive tendering. And there is also, let's say, flexibility for the entity tendering to, choose which type of competitive tendering procedure they would like to apply. I would like to take it only here. And if the directive does not apply because it's, for example, below the threshold, one should not, there are, let's say, principles of sound financial management, so best value for money should always be applied, as, for example, set out in the EU financial regulations, and other principles like the treaty that are in the treaty, so the contracts of cross-border interest, the cross-border interest principle is also, let's say, very, very important to be respected. So when let's say, it concerns private companies or amount under the threshold on low-value tenders, there are only, let's say, to be clear, only national procurement rules apply, but these general principles should always be respected. And there are, of course, a lot of also gray areas and, let's say, things that might not be, let's say, very crystal clear in the application of these rules. And in this case, for example, as INEA, when we, let's say, are in contact with our project promoters, in case of doubt, it's always safer, let's say, to apply the EU public procurement rules. And that I really like to finish my small introduction and giving the floor to the speakers to highlight the issues that we observe very frequently when working with project promoters on procurement and on their contracts, and what can go wrong in terms of application of these rules. So, for example, to get, let's say, a certain complex tender below a certain threshold, then they slice it, then the tender is sliced into smaller contracts in such a way to get, let's say, the procedure shorter, but this is, let's say, an issue, as well as issues could be related to the lack of publication or excessive, let's say, requirements in the terms of reference, then make it that, only very restricting, basically, the competition. So, and that can regard the turnover of the contractor or, again, technical specification in the terms of reference. Another point, for example, relates to the urgency, which is a principle also foreseen by the directives, so that where a contractor doesn't go for a new tender, but because force majeure, then they just extend the current tender. And sometimes this is really a problem. This again concerns the rules, but I'd like really to say that what we observe, also in terms of really operation and implementation of PCIs, that making, let's say, procurement not in the best way just leads to appeals, just leads to delays in the project, and it is a cascade, you know, of consequences. And then also we see why that company then did not apply correctly the rule, or why the strategy maybe of procurement wasn't maybe turned out to be the best. And the consequences are therefore during the project implementation, but are also ex post. And this is a bit when we talk about you know, audit of EU institution, of court of auditors, when we have to, let's say, bad experiences and we go to court. And so it's really crucial to get this really right. With this, I'd like already to thank you for the patience of listening to this short introduction. And I really like to pass the floor now to the first speaker, so Mrs. Katharina Knapton, to elaborate more on the EU public procurement and how can already give some ideas to our audience on that. Thank you very much. Please. Yeah, I will do for you. Of course.
Hello? Okay, I thought I have to switch it on, but that's not the case. Thank you very much for inviting me here today. Beatrice already has given you the overview of the legal framework, so that I can I give you an overview about our general policy goals and why we actually do all that. And that public procurement is not there to stifle your ambition, but the idea is to make it possible to realize your ambitions in the most efficient way for the promoter, for the public authority. Because I know we're here about energy, but I don't have similar pictures. I don't know whom of you might recognize what it is, but big projects can either be dreams or they can turn into nightmares if it's not well done. We are actually talking about an airport that should have been opened in 2012 and is set to possibly be opened at the end of next year now. So if you don't get the procurement right, everything you want to do in your energy project might be delayed by years, and there might even be our newest boss telling all of you, but like this, we are never going to get to our climate goals by 2050. So we all have an interest to get it right. And our basic principles of EU procurement are, it's really an integral part of the single market. Without some alignment of procurement rules across the EU, we cannot have a single market. We cannot expect a company from another jurisdiction to participate in contracting in the jurisdiction of your project if you don't have similar principles. And those are, first of all, it's equal treatment. Do treat everybody who applies equally. Do be transparent in everything you do. Even if, I like to hear from Beatrice that she said, well, in doubt, apply EU procurement rules. I would say, in doubt, at least be transparent about what you want to do, what you want to contract. Publish and give the market the chance to answer. And make yourselves accountable. If there is no accountability of public projects, there's also, in the end, no acceptance of the projects you want. You actually want the public to endorse what you do, because then you have a much better chance to have it successfully achieved. And beyond the classic rules of publishing and awarding, for us, public procurement policy is really a strategic tool of economic policy. So see yourselves as somebody who will implement important policy goals, not somebody who fills in forms and tries to get rid of the procurement procedure as easy and as fast as possible. So invest first. For us, it's really important that you invest in people. That those people who will actually do the procurements are the right people at the right place and at the right time. I emphasize that so much because we see many issues in member states, and we see many member states that do not have the skilled workforce they need, and they do not find it generally particularly important to have it. I do think for your specific project that's less of an issue, but even if you want to have the skilled workforce and you invest in it, you might not be able to find it because it just doesn't exist. Because other public procurers in your jurisdiction have not invested in the people, and you can't do all the training for your project yourself if the people are not on the market. That's why we do a lot of work to try to skill the workforce, the people who actually work on procurement, and to value their profession. Because many public procurers suffer from being completely undervalued. They are the ones at the end who have to make it right that the contract is there. They often have no part in the planning process. They often have no influence on what's actually done, and feel sort of left out of owning the project. And we think that's extremely important. We also think it's important not to award contracts to the lowest price or to the cheapest, because cheap is probably not best, and is probably not best value for money. We believe in including sustainable and socially responsible goals in the procurement process. That can be at different stages. That can be also when you define what you actually want to buy. It doesn't only have to be when you decide, do I award to price or do I have quality criteria? But think of the fact that what you do, especially with big projects, has a huge effect there as well. And procurement is on the way of being digitized more and more. That's one of our big goals, because we believe that digitization and the digital transformation of procurement will have lots of beneficial effects. First of all, we have relatively little data to analyze and work with, and therefore help the next generation of procurers or the next project, because there's very little data, first of all, gathered, and even less gathered in a way that you can analyze it. For us, that's really important. It will possibly not help you, but the ones after you. So how do you make procurement work? Lots of it might sound banal to you, but it doesn't make it wrong. Plan, plan, and plan again. Take your time in planning. A rushed procurement process is probably one that will rush against the wall. Then talk. Talk with citizens and talk with the market. Both players are crucial, but we'll hear from the people who are actually going for their examples whether I get it completely wrong as the policymaker. We consider that citizens and businesses are crucial for successful procurement projects. It's not really part of the procurement process stricto sensu, but it's part of making it work. If you don't get citizens on board, well, they have all sorts of possibilities to disrupt in different stages. If you don't get the market on board, you'll not get the solutions you actually need and want. And then tailor your procurement to each of the goals you want to pursue. There are lots of different procurement procedures. We're not going to go into detail now, but they all depend on what you want to achieve. Do I want innovation? Can I do innovation with a very rigid procedure, or do I need more engagement with the market during the procedure in order to get my innovation, for example? Do I have complex planning issues? Do I have to negotiate with the market? Because how you choose your procedure determines also the outcome. And none of your projects are off the shelf. So what can we do? What we offer you in terms of help is that we have created a special advisory hub for large infrastructure projects, because we know that it's often not that easy. And we want to help you. I've heard in the pre-discussions that often there is legal challenge of your procurement decisions. Well, if you come before to us and say, well, that's how I want to structure the procurement, that's the procurement procedure I want to choose, that's how I want to engage with the market, do you think that's compatible with European law? And if we write you a letter saying, we consider that to be compatible with European law, we do not give you a guarantee, but we hope that there might be national courts and other policymakers and administrations in your jurisdictions who might think they might not have been completely wrong at the European Commission. Let's look whether we also can agree with that appreciation that what you chose is legal. And that for us is the main advantage of that mechanism. You can come and ask us, does that work under European legislation? Do I want a concession? Do I want a contract? A few examples are here. How do I structure my cross-border cooperation? For you, that's especially important. So that we hope that instead of having a bridge that leads nowhere, we have an infrastructure that actually works.
Katarina, thanks a lot for this presentation. I liked a lot what you said about not only, let's say, the economic value of the procurement, but also really highlighting that it's important to put procurement in the social context. So thanks, because it's a very, very, very important message. And also, I see that you also recommend really that it's never too early to start planning the procurement. So it's something really that our, let's say, project promoters should really never really take into consideration, and also the engaging with the citizens, also concerning the procurement activities. And it's also very good to know about the advisory hub that the Commission is offering. With that, yes, yeah, of course.
I always forget to make really publicity for myself and my team. We will have this Friday, we organize an infrastructure forum here in Brussels, for those of you who are based in Brussels or might come back, where we'll actually tackle strategic procurement of infrastructure projects and the international dimension of large infrastructure projects. If you're interested, I should probably show the link on the screen, but I can't. Get in touch with the wonderful colleagues from INEA, and we will publicize.
Perhaps we can send afterwards a link to all the participants. No, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for this. Without further ado, I will ask Neumanes to take the floor and present experience from Amber Grid. If we can have the slides, please.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I want to present the things that we are doing in our company, to tell a few stories about PCI projects and how are they related with the public procurement and why is that important. Amber Grid is a Lithuanian natural gas at the moment transmission system operator. We have an aim to be just gas transmission system operator, no matter it is from under the ground or synthetical or green gas. That's the direction we are going, and that's the strategical aim. We also had other strategic aims, because Baltic states, Finland, we were separated from the rest of the Europe in this case. We were energy island and natural gas island. We were not interconnected with any other system. The whole gas was coming from one source, was from Russia. And probably starting from year 2007, we experienced some risks with security of supply. And afterwards, it followed the very high increase in natural gas prices. Actually, the region was paying much more for the natural gas than the countries with accessibility to other sources, and they were paying even more, even less for the Russian natural gas, although the transportation distance was lower. So what we did, we have constructed an LNG terminal at the sea. It's here. And its capacity is sufficient not only for one country, it's actually sufficient for a few other countries, although the consumption of natural gas reduced during the few years. We have made a huge shift towards biomass consumption in the energy sector. So the capacity is sufficient not only for Lithuania. To have a common market and common possibilities to use the terminal, we had to expand the system. So we constructed additional pipeline just to have direction to the north, to share the value of the terminal. The construction of this pipeline started in July 2014 and was ended at the very end of 2015. As you may see, the capex is 54 million euros, the length 110, and we managed to finish on time, and we saved about 15% of the initial budget, but the budget was set to very strict and clear calculations. So these were the real savings, not just on the paper like that. The second project we are about to implement in a few weeks, to start implementing, is interconnection with Poland, our crucial interconnection to the whole EU natural gas system, to import security and to import the price also. It is interconnection promoted together with Poland, and Lithuania is constructing its site, and Poland is constructing their site, and we will have interconnection on the border. So this case, as I will show you a bit later, was a bit more difficult due to a few reasons, and it will have to be finished. This project has to be finished until the end of 2021, and we are doing to do that. Right now, what do we see at the very end of the public procurement procedure? That we also might expect some substantial savings in this case, because we had quite harsh competition in here. In the first case, we had only one construction contractor participating. That was a bit a problem, but you will see it was quite shorter public procurement procedure. And now we had 6 participants that gave initial offers, and 5 participants that presented final offers. Also with the pipes, we were purchasing pipes separately. We had 13 participants, and 6 of them they submitted final offers. So we got a really good price for this. And here is the difference of those projects. As you may see, in the first project, we had purchase of pipes 3.5 months, and purchase of construction works 4 months. The method of this first purchase was just a matter of the price. It's economical, only the price evaluation. The second one we decided to make with some special requirements for the contractors, just to have the best result, because the second one project is, the Gipel project, is much more difficult. So more different issues have to be solved. And as you may see, we are a bit late. Purchase of pipes we could do on time, but we extended the time because you don't need pipes when you don't have construction company. So it's not necessary to hurry so much. And here, it is the methods of purchasing. So it's the matter of KKP. It's purchase of pipes and purchase of construction works. So qualification requirements, economic and financial state, technical and professional capacity. That's it. And then it's lowest priced offer. In case of GIPL, the first phase the same. Then economic evaluation, so lowest price for the pipes and the most economical advantageous offer. So what I want to point out, that this type of purchase is complex process, and it's a really high risk for the disputes and litigation. Because of some possibilities of understanding different requirements differently. So therefore, you should be very careful and to make very good preparations, as a colleague mentioned before. Prepare and plan. Yes, so construction works, public procurements, usually they are in a very high risk area, and they might affect the project implementation. And everybody in the company, from the public procurement staff up to the heads of the company, he has to pay sufficient attention to the public procurement, to the planning, and to work with potential participants of the public procurement to attract more of them. So it is important. Proper management it's very important also after the planning. So you have to evaluate the risks, because if you have a lot of criteria for the most economic advantageous procurement, you might be lost. It's quite difficult. You have to rethink everything, what you will need from your contractors, potential contractors, how you will ask that, how you will evaluate that, because in the court it is very difficult then to explain if you don't have the right answers for yourself. Then you should have or very good in-house experts, or look for the external experts just to manage those risks of public procurement. And these are the lessons learned with our GIPL project. They are very, very hard for us, but I hope that they might be useful for the others. Nevertheless, we expect to finish the project, and we have plans and planned again to finish the project on time. So in this case, we are on the good side.
Okay, I think it's over. Thank you very much. Nomanas also for really putting on the spotlight the complexities of the procedures and the high risks. So that proper evaluation of the risks according to the procedure should be made. And again, this takes time and resources in a company like yours. So thanks for sharing this important message here today. I'd like now to move to my left side, and I give the floor to Sea Mittler, a lawyer and project coordinator at Baltic Connector OI. Thank you, Sea.
So, good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, dear colleagues. Very, very happy to be speaking here today, and I think it's a very good initiative to have project promoters telling about our experience. So, just to start about the Baltic Connector project. So what stuck with me from yesterday's discussion was definitely the saying that PCIs are the ideal playing ground for testing. So I really support the idea that we should be sharing knowledge and talking and really learning from experience, because there's a lot of value in that. Before taking a deep dive into procurements, just a few words about the Baltic Connector project for those who are not familiar with the gas pipeline. So here's a very nice picture explaining it. So it's more or less comprises of three different sections. We have the finished section with an onshore pipeline, compressor station, and then the offshore pipeline, 77 kilometers, and then the Estonian part, onshore pipeline and compressor station as well. This project has gotten 75% EU funding. We're very satisfied about that, and we're happy to say that it's already ready for commercial use, but due to legal or the legislation getting into force in the beginning of the year, we will open up the market 1st of January. So I'm urging everybody to take part of the upcoming new market. Then about the procurement, and I might say that I have my dear colleague Preet with me here today, and Preet will be later on talking about the Estonian experience. For me, I will be focusing on the Finnish side and the offshore side, because Balticconnector Oy is the project coordinator for this project, and also a very, very good thing made from my point of view, or our point of view, made by the Finnish state, was to establish a project company to really push forward the building of this pipeline. So figures, teams, and strategy. For figures, all in all, we would talk about approximately 100 procurements. Of those, 25 were public procurements, and the team comprised, it was pretty lean, so 4 people but then again, during rush hours, we would have 16 people helping out with the procurements. So a very straightforward strategy. For the strategy itself, we had 3 different strategies. We would have one strategy for the Finnish part, one for the Estonian part, and then one joint strategy for the offshore section. And the offshore section itself, it's pretty particular in the sense that because it's a joint procurement, there was having this cross-border kind of nuance to it. We were able to choose the Finnish procurement law to make the procurements good in itself, because the Finnish law more or less implements the EU directive as such, giving a lot of transparency to the participants and making it easier to adapt as well. Then moving on to factors that contribute, from our opinion, for a successful procurement would be the planning, first of all, and then having a level playing field. So really making sure that you don't distort competition. And thirdly, a certain guidance after signing, making sure that your counterparts or your partners are well aware what's expected from them. So a few words about the planning or the preparation. So what we did, we utilized the article that allowed us to kind of make a market canvassing, where we would reach out to market participants, ask them that what kind of technology do they provide, what's the price ranges, is there anything we should take in consideration when publishing our initial procurements, really getting to know that what's the best way to scope the procurement, what are the details we should be taking in consideration, and is there a possibility to split up the procurement in kind of in a way that if there would be the possibility that there is not enough competition, could we make more competition by splitting it up? And that's more of the preparation and really defining the scope. Of course, then there's the issue, if you define the scope too much, it might happen that you get no bidders or no competition at all. All of our procurements were done, more or less all were done through negotiated procedures, and that required a lot of planning as well. And for the strategies, we made sure that having a partner from another culture as well, taking in consideration that all parties are aware of what's the risks, what's the mitigating measures, what are the unknown unknowns. Is there unknown unknowns are, for example, the fact that we can't make sure that there are no claims, because on the Finnish side we were satisfied having only one claim, and the claim got rejected in court due to it was just a technicality with the time zone. So that was, from our perspective, really a result of good planning and knowing the unknowns, if you could know them. And then when it comes to having a level playing field, what we did, we organized Q&A sessions with our participants and made it sure that every Q&A session was done anonymously. We would ask them to write questions and we would answer to all at the same time, so everybody would have the access to same questions and answers. And then for the guidance, definitely the part where we would make sure that the agreement with the end party stated certain milestones, what was expected from them and from us. So the lessons learned from our point of view would definitely be to have a strategy that every beneficiary or project promoter can really write under and say that they understand what is required for them, and knowing what you're purchasing, really knowing what are the risks and how we can mitigate them. And then maybe lastly is the fact that the keeping of documents. Make sure that everybody knows how to keep documents where they are. There's a very big chance that you might be audited, and then make sure that everything is done in a transparent and very efficient manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For sharing this experience, I take what you said, that really the procurement strategy was very well thought through with this one joint part, and then the two different sections in Estonia and Finland. And again, the scoping of the competition to ensure the level playing field and the planning. So planning and planning and planning again. I'm looking forward to hear now Prit, which complement and expand your presentation and experience from Ellering side.
I guess this works now, yeah. Thank you, Petris, panelists, the audience. It's interesting to see that the panelists actually do follow here like a normal project procedure. We start from policy yesterday, then we have planning, permitting, and now we're into procurements. There isn't a panel on construction. There should be one maybe, but maybe next year then. But what is the procurement as such? It's actually where the project promoter as such takes all the information that it has, puts it publicly for everybody to see, to actually get whatever is the project physically completed. So it is a very important process. It's like a handover of your baby to somebody else to actually make the baby grow old and to be a successful person. So yes, as Sea touched upon, we had different procurement strategies, and the Estonian one was different from the Finnish one. It's because of the culture. And in the Finnish part, it was possible to have EPCM procurement, where the responsibility for the overall completion of the project fully then lies with the project promoter. On the Estonian side, we do in Ellering public procurements that are turnkey procurements, meaning that for the Baltic Connector project, solely for the Baltic Connector project, we had two big public procurements that were for the Estonian onshore compressor station, and the other one was for the pipeline. And during those procurements, we had a lot of claims. I would say that we had 9 claims on those two procurements. And I can tell that is actually coming from culture. The contractors definitely take more time to find these like weak spots maybe in the procurements itself. It doesn't mean that the project promoters are doing anything wrong. It is something more in the way of as the public procurement is, I'm not saying new, but it's something that is still being tested in a way. The market is learning that what is the European way to do procedures like this. So, for example, we had one claim when it was claimed that this kind of a procurement should be split up more into smaller parts, and the other claim was no, it should be combined with the other. With the other, because it makes one big unity. So let's say the market itself does not know very well in which direction it wants to go. So Definitely, the Estonian public procurement law is made under the umbrella of the European Public Procurement Directive, and it's very strict. So for us in Estonia, actually stepping into the procedure of public procurement, everything has been, let's say, already pre-explained. We're just following the law. It is very strict. We have there, of course, the dates are very certain, but also the thresholds are very low. And also we are digitalized in a way that there is no paper trails. Everything is online, available for everybody to see, the signings, everything. All the procedures can be done very efficiently. But at the same time, for this project, we did see that the flexibility that we had, the smaller, let's say, the flexibility that was possible under the Finnish public procurement law for the offshore section did give us advantages. That's why also the project is on time. Yeah, and maybe I would like to also touch upon this, that we did with during the implementation of the project, there is a certain, the project promoters should understand that the end goal itself actually is getting the infrastructure finished, meaning that proactivity in each and every step is needed definitely, and also in the procurement phase. If you look at also what Beatrice, you were saying, that a lot of these, let's say, problems with projects being delayed is that there is delays in the procurement procedures. It's something that also the promoters themselves can help a lot. Being proactive in that part leaves more time to the contractor themselves. We try to do that as much as possible. If we're talking about combinedly the Baltic Connector project, at peaks, there was about 700 people physically working on the field, about 2,000 that were in the back offices from the contractor side, and altogether about 2 million man-hours were spent there building the project as such. So if we leave the contractor a smaller amount of time, it's not possible to have 2 million persons working for 1 hour on a project. It's not possible. Yeah, and maybe some other points that I would like to point out is that for us to ensure that we comply with the public procurement rules, we have anyways a commitment that we have taken towards INEA that we would report on yearly basis our project and the process or the situation where our project is, and it's called an annual status report. And before we submit actually this annual status reports, we have audited ourselves. We have, using our company auditing firms, we do the procurement audits beforehand so that we don't have any kind of surprises in the end. And maybe generally we tried to be as clear as possible in whatever we did during the procurements, meaning that the proactivity that we had in the procurements was more about actually making decisions. If during the negotiated procedure that we had, if there was a question, then taking the time to actually make a decision from the project promoter's side is very, very important, to be proactive, to be as fast as possible to get into the next phase. The procurement as such is not the goal, it's the infrastructure that's the goal. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, thanks for this contribution, and what you said, that really it's how you follow up with the contractor once the procurement activity starts, and that you have to be extremely proactive with them, and therefore ensure all the planning of resources to guide and steer all this contracting activity.
Yeah, if all the panels before also have been, let's say, policy can be vague, planning can be a little bit less vague, procurement must be quite precise, and the contractors and the designs, those have to be exact. So we are going more and more into more detail, and the contractors are practical people. They want to know the size of the nut, they want to know they want to know exact locations, they want to know everything precisely. So coming prepared into this stage, as much more you can come to prepared into the procurement stage, the better you are off. Being proactive in this stage helps you further on. You have to make the decisions anyways at some point. Making them early is easier than making them late.
And planning the related resources also from your side. And
definitely.
So just like a very, very practical comment to what Preet was saying, what we did on our work site was we actually colored all the teams, like they were given significant colors, the contractors, and we had a board showing that, okay, the yellow team is here today, blue team is here, green, so that there were no liability issues, and they saw on the table, okay, where are my guys moving, where are the other party, if there were delays, we knew where to move and where not, so like, made it so simple, but so good in the end, in the fact that they really found it easy to know how to work and make sure that they didn't step on anybody's toes.
Okay, thanks. Because we have a very few minutes left to close the session, and I must say already this discussion, as this presentation has been, from my point of view, very, very enriching to share your experiences and to actually put really this procurement into the broader context, into the social context, and how we can really help this to get it right and ensure the level playing field. Before we close and maybe passing the floor to the audience, I would like to ask the panelists if they would have for us, so from that we work on TENI policy and INEA TENI policy implementation to support DG ENER, if you would have, kind of some recommendations or advices or ideas how we can improve what could be done from the point of view maybe of the EU, of Commission side to make this process even, let's say, maybe better, to improve for the next, let's say, generation of PCIs which will be implemented. Do you have any immediate? Yes.
Maybe a short comment. Just, I think it should be more clear what support there is to be given. The ex ante mechanism, we see problems with ex post knowledge instead of ex ante, and then the help desk, stuff like that, because these were things that I brought up to the table, explaining that in accordance with the agreement we have with INEA, we can utilize all these hubs. Of course, as a lawyer, I should not take work away from myself, because we then used lawyers to help us out with those, but still that there's help available if you know where to seek.
Anything more from? No. Yeah.
Well, I think I would also listen to the suggestions from the projects, and possibly, if we have a moment, I'm not going to give you.
No. Is there any questions from the audience? Daria? And also, there are two short questions I think we can still take.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. My name is Daria Tarisano, I work for INEA, and I found very interesting every presentation, but in particular I remember the slide from the colleague from DG Growth, and there was this reference where you talk about planning, and citizens. Looking at the presentation and the explanation, I had the impression there was a lot of efforts from the different project promoters on the planning side, while I have the impression that this additional angle, the social angle, the citizens angle, was tackled a bit less. So do you have the same impression, and would you give some advices to the promoters?
From my side, the experience we have is that the citizens' engagement is often more seen as a part of the first planning and the permitting process. not really that much of the procurement phase of a project. And we do believe it's actually in all phases. It's also when actually the construction work has come that it's important to continue to engage with citizens. And there are quite a few interesting projects across the world also how to engage citizens in the accountability of the execution of the contracts, and whether they spot waste or corruption or other things that go wrong in the project. And I do think promoters can profit from that. I would like to make a very short comment to what Sia said. Our advisory mechanism is indeed not supposed to replace brilliant lawyers, but we do think that it can complement them. We, for example, also talk to lawyers who actually work on projects, that the idea of having a sort of comfort letter from the Commission that confirms what they have told their clients can be pretty helpful.
Yeah, I would like to add here a practical comment that on the Estonian onshore part, we had about 200 landowners that we, according to the Estonian regulation, we had to make a notarized contract with each and every one of those. And that was part of the planning process. And that process actually took starting from 2012 until 2018. So before that, you had spatial planning that started in 2006. Altogether, the landowner then interaction took 12 years. The construction itself on some land plots, maybe 2 days. So you talk a decade and then you do the work in 2 days. That's the reality. So one of the major concerns that the contractor does not want to take is actually interaction, or let's say the majority of the interaction with the landowner. If they would have to take this risk on their own, they would they wouldn't take the work, because it's not possible for them to have any kind of taking the time and then the public acceptance risk. It's impossible. We definitely see that. So from our point of view, we started the planning procedures like 7 years before actually there was any kind of a PCI list. The PCI list came, we were already quite prepared with the public acceptance, so it's a longer process. During one of the previous panels when we talked about the permitting, you could see that in Austria this might be even longer. It can take a decade in order to have a permit, in order to construct something.
So that's really very interesting to see how much time, in advance you had to plan all this procurement, and 7 years in advance, so much time it took. And really I also take again, you're stressing the social engagement also from the point of view of procurement that also contributes to public acceptance. This is probably something where also we can work more, and perhaps also in the context of PCIs, this is an aspect that we should really further work and further build on. I think there was a very last question from the back I saw.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for those presentations. My name is Raphael Soffer. I work for a legal NGO called Client Earth. And I had a question concerning the method by which contractors are chosen. It was mentioned during the presentation of Amber Grid that previously the main criteria was the lowest price, and that for the second project, when it came to the construction works, you were referring to most advantageous economic offer, if I noted it correctly. I was wondering whether this methodology allows you to take into account environmental externalities, and how do you account for them exactly? And the follow-up question is whether the European Commission would be willing to issue some type of guidance in order to account for those environmental concerns. Thank you.
Actually, the construction market in our region is quite bad. Not too many companies are participating in tenders. I think Estonian colleagues and Finnish colleagues have more or less the same problem. Our idea was to attract as much contractors from the outside as it is possible, and we had them from countries that were quite distant from our region. And the main idea was not to have the only one company that could be that would have possibility to win only by price. So we added much more requirements. It was about the preparation, about the average wage, about the environmental issues. So we wanted to have much more issues evaluated, not only the price. So that was the idea, to encourage other companies from more far away to come and to implement the project. If I got the question correctly.
Maybe I would like to add on top of this. It's very hard to measure the environment, meaning that you can't go out with a measuring tape and measure something like this. So the contractors definitely will claim what, at least for our project, regarding the environmental impacts that we have had in order to have it as small as possible. Definitely we have done in all the sections environmental impact assessments, and we have just taken all the restrictions that are coming out of those into account. And also if we look at the, and also in some aspects, yes, we have put ourselves external environmental restrictions, or let's say restrictions that are coming from the environment on the contractor when we see that it poses a risk for us as the owners of the project, that we would be in a bad light in a way, not going against the environmental policies, not going against the rules that we have, but for example, in some locations where we know that the construction would have been extremely muddy, we want to avoid that, and we say to the contractor, here, for this month you cannot work, for example, and they are okay with that. We are going, let's say the procurement is definitely a stage of a project where the contractor getting as clear instructions as possible is the best way to go forward. That's why, at least on the Estonian side, we use for the procurements the evaluation criteria of cost only, but then we try to be as precise as possible on the environmental, on the technical aspects.
Yes, on the environmental side, and I would agree. We have the same, more or less the same rules that are related to environmental impacts, and we wanted not just to comply with the laws, but also to use the best practices. So that is the issue.
Yes, and I believe in terms of guidance on environmental impact assessment and other environmental permits, there should be, I speak under control of DG Environment, I was not here, but there should be already quite a lot of guidance really on how to implement this in practice also for this type of projects, but a stage earlier, let's say, not really in the procurement context. Perhaps...
Yeah, maybe just to add here, for example, yes, okay, you can do all kinds of these environmental assessments, but then the reality hits at one point. If you're building a power line, if you're building a gas pipeline, or building this kind of infrastructure, then you might hit, I don't know, an archaeological site. You might understand that the environment, if you do the planning work and it's such a long process, the environment changes. So yes, we did, for example, on the Estonian onshore part, we had a section where a swamp area actually started to grow orchids, and unfortunately our planning route was just on top of the orchids, so we changed the route because of that, and we found out that the environment itself had changed.
Okay, I think if there are no more other urgent questions from the audience, I would like to close here the sessions, thanking the speakers for this very, I must say, fruitful and enriching exchange. I hope we all know more of procurement rules, procurement strategy, and I think we got a lot of advices from all the speakers how to implement it better in our projects. And if, Katerina, if you don't mind, we will share the link of later on.
It would be wonderful if you shared it, if you all have signed GDPR forms that allow us to do that.
around, if you from INEA, that so it will reach quite a lot of participants. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, and now short break.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are missing one panelist. I'm not sure he will arrive, but we will start with 5 panelists, and I think we will make do. Welcome to the session, which is called Technology Solutions for Grid Infrastructures. I apologize for not being Ms. Helene Kree, who should be moderating the session for you today. Unfortunately, she's been taken ill, and she asked me to step in for her and to do the moderation. So my name is Jeroen Schuppers. I'm the Deputy for the clean energy transition in DG Research and Innovation. And it's a pleasure for me, therefore, to introduce, to moderate this panel. Few introductory remarks from my side. You have, of course, been following the introduction of the new European Commission. They have taken office in the 1st of December after quite a long period of preparation. And you must be aware of the powerful messages that have been issued in the political guidelines of the President, Ms. Ursula von der Leyen. She has made it clear that for her the top priority of the new Commission will be to deliver what is called the European Green Deal. And the main ambition of this Green Deal, as she puts it, is to make Europe the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. Now, to deliver on that goal, we must step up our innovation at least 6 times by the rate we have now, or the rate that we have seen globally. So this requires a lot of research and innovation to bring about this transformative change of the energy system. Now, as I said, the first priority of the Commission in this respect is to deliver a carbon-neutral European economy, and a key element of this is the clean energy transition, of course, the transformation of the energy sector. An increasing share of renewables that will feed into the transmission and distribution grids means a lot of changes. Secondly, we will see a lot of other sectors using renewable electricity, for example, transport, heating and cooling, but also several industrial sectors who want to go more into electrification. Now, the power grid has to be able to cope with this, and this calls for changes in the way we build and operate our energy networks. So the development of smart and innovative grid is key to the energy transition, and therefore I'm delighted to have such a distinguished panel with us today that will lead our discussion. I would like to briefly introduce the panel. We have from your left to right, Mr. Raoul Gil, Executive Chairman of Energy Team Europa Cable. We have Mr. Anjos Nijk, the Managing Director of the European Network for Cybersecurity. To my right, Mr. Volker Franz, the Head of Government Relations and European Affairs of ABB. To my left, Mr. Tor Eigil Hortne, the Senior Vice President for European Affairs in Statnett, Norway. And then, there we have, then we have Monsieur Rémi Garot-Verdier, Head of European Affairs in Enedis. And then finally, we have Mr. Tomas Sipos, Head of Regulatory Affairs of Západoslovenska Distribučna in Slovakia. Frankly, I can't think of a better group of people and group of experts to address the issues of grid infrastructure. So I would like to kick off by inviting the panelists to briefly introduce themselves and in a very few words or with a very few slides, give us some thoughts before going into more detailed questions. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schuppers. I welcome and thank you for giving us an opportunity to present our opinion. I represent Europa Cable, that is the European Association of Cable Manufacturers. We are 80,000 people working, building, manufacturing cables in Europe, and the European industry of cable is the world leader in this segment. I want to try to explain to you how do I see which are the drivers that are shaping the grid of 2050. I don't know how the slides move. Maybe there is. Thank you very much. Integration of renewables. I was last week in Copenhagen with the largest exhibition of offshore wind, and I learned 450 gigawatts of offshore wind will need to be built and integrated by 2050. The electrification of the society. By 2050, the demand will grow in respect of what is today, at least by 50%. And of course, my thesis will be that all these drivers will require some cables. On the other side, there is an European drive of making Europe a single market for energy, and as well decreasing, because all this renewable integration, the single market, in the best of the worlds, has to be affordable for our society. as well digitalization is pushing in the direction of more cables. On the other side, there is the public opposition. Nobody wants anymore to have overhead lines close to their farm, to their country house, to their building, to their neighborhood. And this, in some way, positions the cable industry as maybe, we want to say we are an enabler, that we facilitate the green transition. The TYNDP 2018 is already saying that 50% of the projects of the PCIs would require in cable kilometers underground cables and submarine cables. So these numbers are already showing that the concept of cables as enabler of the green transition. This month of November, I work for a company that manufactures cables, and I have been working half of my time in inaugurations of big interconnectors. I went to Denmark to inaugurate the interconnection between Denmark and Netherlands, the Cobra cable. Then I went to Montenegro to the interconnection between Italy and Montenegro. There has been the first electricity flow between Norway and Germany through the Norlink. So my point is that the cable industry, the TSOs, all the electric industry are already moving. And we are delivering. And we are showing in some way the capacity of delivering infrastructures. But now we are delivering, just to mention a metrics, 3 gigawatt of offshore wind per year. But to get to the zero net emissions in 2050, we will need years after 2030, that 20 gigawatt will need to be delivered. So we need to accelerate. And in the landscape of the grid, especially when we speak about big transmission networks and links, we need to anticipate. So now we are building and we are designing and we are planning and we are budgeting the links, the infrastructure that will be built in 2030. So one of my messages is that we need to be a little bolder, maybe taking some risk if we really believe in the vision of the zero emission by 2050. And for that, we have some challenges. First is, here there are several representatives of the industry. We have a vision for 2050, we have a current capacity, and we need to transition and to grow. The value chain needs to grow in capacity. So we need the Commission, we need the associations, we need the NSOE, we need to win Europe, we need the several players in this arena to help us to get a clearer vision, clear planification of planning of the future. We need reliability, and this is where the industry has to bring more investments in R&D, and maybe as well the Commission can help with some areas where we can experiment, sandboxes, where we can experiment with in a safe environment. The timing is crucial. There are infrastructures of transmission that are taking 20 years to be built, infrastructures that are never built. So when we have to consider as well, we are considering the cost, the OPEX, the CAPEX of new grids, but it's important to understand as well the cost of the no grid. The NSOE is saying that by 2040, the cost of the no grid will be 43 billion per year. And of course, we need a clear legal framework to enable all the parties to bring the projects into reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Quite an astounding number of kilometers of cables that you will be needing to lay, so we'll probably come back to that later on. Can I pass on now to Mr. Neck?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you hear me? Yes. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss cybersecurity in this distinguished audience. And I'd like to build actually on the storyline that Raoul was bringing forward, talking about the enablers of the smart grid, because when you talk about technology, building the smart grid, in my mind, when it comes to security, security really is one of the key enablers that we require to make the smart grids happen. If there is too low security, then there is the risk of technology being banned. And we have seen examples of that, like for instance in the Netherlands, where we had a voting computer, which was not secure, and now we're voting again with paper and pencil. But security cannot also be too rigid, and in this way prevent innovation to happen. And we've seen also examples of this, like for instance the German smart meter, where the very steep security requirements kind of prohibited deployment of the meters in the German market. So it's really very important to get security right in support of the smart grids and the energy transition. It's key. And meanwhile, we are under attack. We are under attack by attackers with very extensive skills, resources, and motivation. And meanwhile, as well, the attack surface is building up with tremendous speed, because we are adding with high speed intelligence, connectivity to the grids, but also millions of new devices are connected to the grid, many of which are not really secure or not secure at all. Security by design, it's more preached than practiced still. So with this situation in mind, and to take care of the issue, it's really of utmost importance that we bring technology in control, that we close the skills gap, and that we get prepared. We cannot assume any longer that nothing is going to happen to our grid. The good news is that quite some progress and good things have happened in the recent years, like for instance with the NIS directive, where there has been a clear incentive placed on the grid operators to implement risk-based management, security management systems. There is a Cybersecurity Act increasing the mandate of the security agency ENISA, but also calling for certification schemes for ICT products, services, and processes. And then there are the ongoing preparations for a network code cybersecurity, providing guidance on baseline security for all grid operators, and for extended security for operators of essential services. However, what are the incentives for manufacturers to build secure product? What are the incentives to resolve vulnerabilities in the life cycle of the system? For the certification, how can we be assured that high-quality security requirements and high-quality testing is part of the certification scheme in a way that the relevant risks are addressed? And then, how can we more effectively share threat intelligence, vulnerabilities, and involve the right expertise in the capacity building and also processes like regulation? And for me, one of the main questions is, and now I'm looking back to Raoul again, are we acting fast enough? We need to take into account that the volatile nature of the cybersecurity threat provides a particular challenge on the speed. And also we need to take into account that we have to address the specifics of the energy grid domain, which means that we have to deal with the technology mix consisting of legacy equipment and new technology, which is all merged together. We obviously have real-time requirements, unlike most of the other industries, that we really have to take into account. There are the cascading effects that we, I think, all are aware of. And then the fact that the classical IT security concepts do not apply always, and in many cases, to the grid. We need to further develop and support initiatives that enable faster capacity building and sharing of sensitive information more in line with how our adversary parties do it. We require increased efforts to go into the creation and harmonization of security requirement sets and standardized testing capabilities for the various grid domains. We need to put effort in enhancing the role-based security education and training program for grid operators. And we need to put effort in horizontal information sharing initiative, such as building communities for SOCs and CERTs within operator communities. To increase the speed of making progress, there are a few things I think of utmost importance. One is that the risk owners, being the grid operators, that they are in the lead of setting the security requirements rather than the manufacturers. A second thing is that regulators should explore new approaches, ensuring involvement of grid security experts. I think this is crucially important for the regulatory process. And then, as a third point, there should be a stronger focus on results from public-funded projects. And this could be measured by market adoption. So in summary, I believe that we really need to make an effort to facilitate expert communities, to prioritize demand side, and to incentivize results delivery. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Enek. You mentioned the technology several times and knowledge sharing. I hope that we'll get back to that later on in the discussion. This is a very relevant point for us. I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Volker Franz, please.
Thank you, Joan. I'm representing ABB, which is a company that provides technology. We make grids, smarter and greener grids, from the high voltage grids down to distribution grids and microgrids. We have our roots in Sweden and Switzerland. For example, we pioneered the very first interconnector, the very first HVDC interconnector in the world, actually. We connected the island of Gotland to the Swedish mainland. Now, if we look to the mighty challenge of decarbonization in 2050, we definitely need more than that. We have quite some challenges ahead. And we have to ask ourselves the question, what is the optimal way to build the grids in Europe? What's the grid optimization path to take? And I would just make just focus my first pitch on one aspect. That's offshore wind. In all the scenarios of the European Commission's climate neutrality strategy, it is said that we need to massively increase the amount of offshore wind by 2050, from currently 19 gigawatts to at least 200 gigawatts. In the high electrification scenarios, we even go up to 450 gigawatts. Integrating this massive amount of generation into the pan-European grid is something that has to be planned carefully, but implemented very quickly, of course, right? Knowing that the projects take a long time. And what we have to avoid, in our view, is a spaghetti approach, where each of the wind farms is basically connected to one shore, and then we have interconnectors between the different countries and the different zones. We have to be smarter. We have to use available technology, for example, integrating wind farms, connecting them directly to an interconnector, so-called hybrid projects. We have to be very clear how much the existing grids on shore actually can take, what they might need in addition, reinforcement, digital technologies to actually take up this this boost of electricity that will come to their shore, and that is breaking new frontiers. Not necessarily individual technological frontiers. We believe that the technology parts, at least individually, have all been developed, but systemically, maybe not. And we also see this as a big regulatory and also financial challenge. We will build projects, integrated projects that have not been built before.
Many thanks. I'm sure we'll get back to the issue of grid optimization. I think this is a key challenge, and we will get back to that. We continue with Mr. Tor Eliahotna.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to these great PCI days. So I represent Statnett, which is the Norwegian system operator. We have 2 projects in this fantastic garden, the PCI garden out there. 2 flowers, 2 beautiful plants. That's the interconnectors. We are building, or finishing, I should say, 2 interconnectors, one to Germany by the end of next year, Nordlink, and then one from Norway to UK, the NSL, by the year after. 2 interconnectors full of technology. The key task for us, the key task for my company is, of course, to balance the energy system, to balance production and consumption, to make sure that all homes in Norway have electricity all the time. That is, of course, an increasingly challenging thing to do. For one thing, we have to deal with an increasing amount of renewable energy coming into the system, variable energy. Second thing, we are already experiencing extreme weather. We have had extreme heat waves in Norway the last 2 summers, with all kinds of complications for the grid. The lines extending, falling down to the ground, we have to restrict capacity. And thirdly, we are being faced with an increasing amount of public opposition to absolutely, or almost absolutely everything we do, from the high voltage overhead lines to any attempt to build wind farms, to the fact that we exchange capacity across borders. So, how do we deal with that new situation? And that's where technology comes in, and is crucial. So electrification and digitalization in particular is incredibly interdependent. One thing is that we have to make the different levels of the grid work better together. A lot of the renewable will come into the distribution grid. We deal with the transmission grid. They need to communicate, and there is room for improvement. So one thing that we did, parallel with the fact that we have installed smart meters in all Norwegian homes, 2.9 million smart meters, and we have set up, developed a data hub, L-Hub, which we opened earlier this year in February, in order to be the interface between consumption and production, and to gather all these data. And that is important for many reasons. Of course, most obviously, it's a much more efficient way of doing the billing. It's much more clear on the bill what it's about, so the consumer dimension is there. It's also a way to aggregate data so that we can use them and deprivatize or depersonalize them. And then, in the end, it's also a way to create competition in the power market between, with open data into this L-hub, the data hub, we can also stimulate competition between different actors in the power market, which is, we think, a good thing. Then we also, and that's linked to our PCIs, we need to lift the importance of flexibility in the market. The Norwegian system is a lot based on hydropower in hydro magazine. And with the massive amount that we heard earlier of renewables into the system, we need to find a good way of storage, which these hydro magazines can provide. But most crucially, this is a huge potential for flexibility and a huge way of connecting wind and solar with this hydro. And it's of course important with batteries. It's of course important with sector coupling. All these things are important, but also there's a huge flexibility gap. There's a huge flexibility gap that this hydro-based system can provide. And I was happy that yesterday the Nordic Energy Research provided their report on Flex for RES, which highlights that point. Finally, and key thing that we also do, and we have to do a lot more of, dealing with public acceptance. So setting up a digital platform for public acceptance as a way of increased understanding of what the power system is. It's a way of really find a way to reach out to the districts, the local communities, where we often find opposition against grids, against renewables, against windmills. It's a way of creating ownership to the new energy system and the radical transformation we need to go through. The problem with all this is that everything is going too slowly. And not only do we have to speed up this transition, it needs to be accelerating to an effect we have never seen before. That's also why all of what I said already, it's about the Green Deal. So we are really waiting for this European Green Deal, hopefully to be presented in the near future. And just finally, just to focus on there's a need for accelerators, and there has to be a way of connecting the sectors. I think we are able to decarbonize the power sector, for sure. We have a lot of cheap renewables that can be integrated into the system, wind, solar, but we need to also move into transport and industry heating. And there's a lot of potential for that to happen and to electrify transport. Norway is on a good way with electric vehicles. We're now moving into the maritime, as we also mentioned before. Industry, there needs to be really a way to electrify the hard-to-abide sectors. Technology needs to be linked to politics and the market. So we need a carbon price to drive out carbon of the system.
Thank you, Mr. Hopner. It's interesting to hear you mention the issues of energy storage and flexibility. I think these two things are very crucial as well, and also in terms of research and innovation, and the connection, the grid coupling to the transport and to the heating sector, but maybe also to the gas infrastructure through power to gas, things that we have not heard too much today, but which is of a key importance to us as well. I'd like to pass on to Mr. Rémi Garraud to give us your input.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I'm working for Enedis. Enedis is the French DSO. We are managing 95% of the French distribution grid. And we are also part of ETSO for Smart Grid, which is the leading European association for DSOs. Our strong conviction is that in the energy transition and in the whole energy value chain, the DSOs are the ones who have to transform themselves the most radically. To illustrate that, in France, 95% of the renewables are connected to the distribution grid, so mainly connected to Enedis grid. That's a big challenge. And no doubt that technology will help and innovation will help. In the meantime, we are also a strong industry. We are not only grid operator and in charge of the public service of electricity. DSOs in Europe, just to illustrate this momentum, are investing roughly 17 billion euros per year. We are doing R&D, but we are also really happy to see that our colleagues and friends from cable manufacturers or equipment manufacturers are also doing R&D. But keep in mind that when we put a new transformer on the grid, it will be there for 40 years. And a new cable will be there for 40 years as well. It means that we have to test, to assess what the new technology could bring into the grid. That's why the European H2020 program or the PCI program are really important for us, with smart and efficient consortium to test and to try those new technologies and techniques before deploying them on the grid. We did it within Enedis with our smart meter. We already have deployed 22 million of the Linky smart meter. As you know, it's really popular in France. And before that, we spent nearly 5 years to test and to try different options. And then we decided to go for the CPL technology. That's the same, in the same way we are currently testing online tap changer for the transformers, and we will see what could be the added value of those technologies. In the PCI garden, we have one of our project, the Smart Border Initiative, which is a joint project between France and Germany. My colleagues from Energy and Dena are in the room. This is a unique project stating what could be the added value of a medium voltage connection between France and Germany. What this project also illustrates is that we need test bed or regulatory sandboxes to test technologies, but also to test new business model. And with this project, we are testing how, and it's not common for DSOs to have an interconnection between two countries. It's mainly the work of the TSOs, but it could make sense for us to solve local constraints with a reconfiguration in the grid crossing the French and German border. So those European projects are good for us to test technologies and also to test new business model. This is what we are doing in the SBI project. And we are also in another project I would like to give you some details, the e-electrics project, trying our best to see how DSOs could deal with the new, coming from the clean energy package, the local energy communities or local citizen energy communities. We are trying to put in place this new way of consuming electricity, kind of peer-to-peer of electricity, based on the self-consumption scheme and on the smart meters. So we do need a strong support for the Commission to test those new business models and then to try our best to replicate those business models in countries that have much more to do in terms of carbon neutrality. This e-electrics project, we have demos in Germany, in Hungary, but we also have a demo in New Delhi, in India, trying to help our Indian friends to put in place smart way and of course sustainable way to use the solar generation locally, avoiding grid constraints using smart technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very encouraging and interesting to hear the results that you have from your projects and to hear that you're very much involved in Horizon 2020 and hopefully as well in Horizon Europe. I hope to get back to this if we still have time to get a little bit more details on your projects. Going to the last panelist today, Mr. Sipos, can I ask you to give your few thoughts?
Thank you very much. It's always pleasant to be the last before the concluding remarks, but maybe some ideas concerning our company or our ideas, how do we approach the technology solutions in terms of grid investments. Our company, Západoslovenská distribučná, the company is quite an old company. It's not really a startup company. The basics of the company were established at the very beginning of the 20th century, at 1901. And as of that time, we did a huge progress, starting from a so-called local distribution company that time in Bratislava. In the 1950s, we made our first cross-border connection to Hungary. And currently in 2019, I'm pretty proud that we have 2 existing smart grid projects. So there is a huge development curve from turning from a local company, a local incumbent, into a smart grid interested or smart grid providing company. What's the difference and why we decided, and how do we see which are the benefits of the smart grids for the distribution company? We have currently 2 smart grid PCI projects. We are in a very lucky position that first we started with the Czech partners to get the project Aiken, which is currently under construction. And this project was based on the existing DSO connections between the 2 countries. As you might know from the history, when Czechoslovakia was separated in 1993, the distribution lines remained there, so we were able to use these lines for the security purposes and to maintain the regional energy security in this area. And following the success and the learnings from the project Aiken, we decided also to start with a new project. The project is called Danube Ingrid, standing from Danube Intelligent Grid. And this project is a common project with our Hungarian partners. And this project is currently waiting for the enlistment. But when it comes to the technology development, together with the colleagues as a preparation also to this panel, we compared which are the differences when we are speaking about the business as usual investment of the distribution company and when we are speaking about the smart grid. First of all, it is the complexity, because in case of separated or isolated investment, usually the colleagues are solving one line or one substation, one IT solution. When it comes to the smart grid, and we had this debate with politicians, how to explain to them what's really a smart grid and what's the benefit of the smart grid to the distribution company. And the explanation that we are using to them to be very, very easily understandable is that if there is no smart grid or smart elements involved in the distribution grid, you can imagine a completely dark room. You have one entrance and one exit from the room. But you are having zero knowledge about the structure of the room, whether there are any chairs or pillars or whatsoever. So if you are willing to cross the room, most probably you're going to hit a chair, pole, or whatsoever. When it comes to the smart grid, and this is the real benefit of the smart grid for the distribution company, the smart grid is literally turning the lines on within the distribution company. So the distribution company sees what's going on real time within the distribution grid, what's going on within the transformation station, within the lines, so he can better react and better predict the happenings in the grid. So the complexity of the smart grid technology deployment is one big difference. The second big difference is when it comes to the smart grids or PCI smart grids is also the necessity to involve public. We heard in the previous presentations the potential issues with permitting, the potential issues with the participation of the public. From our current experience from the project Aiken is that the PCI status, despite of the financial support that we received this year, is also giving us the advantage of making the permitting procedure faster. Obviously, we are dealing with the national authorities because they have almost zero knowledge about PCI projects and about the benefits that this status has to provide to the company. So we need to deal with them. But at the end of the day, it is just speeding up and making it easier to make all the permits on time. But one big change that a smart grid deployment means for the distribution company, and especially a smart grid PCI, is that the company needs to break out of its current comfort zone. So if you are willing to solve a PCI smart grid project, usually business as usual measures are not sufficient. And I think that colleagues who are dealing with PCI projects or PCI smart grid projects can prove this too. So you have to somehow adopt a new way of thinking, new way of controlling and then reporting on projects. So if I would like to somehow to sum it up, our major benefit so far from the project ACON, and this is the reason that we try to find a connection with the Hungarian colleagues to go on with the project Danube Ingrid as in the next stage, is that we believe that the PCI status can help us in order to deal with the permits, because permit handling and to receive the permits was one of the biggest issues when you are willing to construct a new, even though distribution line, a mid-voltage or high voltage distribution line. And the second big benefit that we learn, and it is generally a bit underestimated within the company, is that a PCI project and the PCI smart grid project or the deployment of these technologies is changing the internal environment of your company. Meaning that you need to adapt the company for new investments. You need to cooperate with your colleagues. You need to cooperate with a different company, because usually it was not the case of our company. When our colleagues in the technical development, they decided they would like to build a grid, they did not discuss it with the Czech or with the Hungarian colleagues. So it was a pure national decision. In case of a PCI project, you need to very actively discuss with the partners, and you need to learn how to cooperate. And our perspective is that also the clean energy package is just going to put more and more responsibilities, but also options on distribution companies to build on the regional cooperation, to make maybe in the future the potential cross-border power exchange at the DSO level to be a reality. And a third aspect that I would like to mention, and I'm very grateful to the colleagues from INEA and from JRC, that we assume that a PCI status or a PCI application is also creating a kind of a test whether the project is reasonable for people from the outside world, because usually technicians or pure DS-oriented people, they think their way of solving things is the most matured one. And our perspective is that going through the JRC procedure to get the PCI application and then applying for the grant can test whether the level of our technical deployment is really that mature and that sophisticated that it can be maybe an example also for other companies within the region or within Europe. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Many thanks for your introductory remarks and your presentation of your activities. We have still plenty of time, so I would like to ask a few questions to some of the panelists. We'll see how far we get with the time. I have a question to start with Mr. Gill. We heard already, and we saw it in different presentations, that the increase of renewables that means, of course, largely increasing renewable electricity, and that will happen mostly, as we believe the models, by more wind energy, in particular offshore wind. That means a lot of submarine cables as well, offshore cables. Now, we work in the North Sea, which is, as far as I know, a very hostile environment. A lot of tidal currents, a lot of waves, but also fishery and an oil and gas infrastructure in place. Now, as a cable manufacturer, what are the technology challenges for cable manufacturers, and are there any implications for research and development there?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think that the crucial challenge is making all this investment affordable. I think that for integrating 450, submarine cables for 450 gigawatt, we will be talking around between 100 and 200 billion euro of investment on cable. And in the end, this investment will have to be paid by us, by you, in 2050, by my daughter, by your granddaughter. And if the industry is not able to deploy these renewables at a cost-effective way, it may be a very heavy burden for the society and for our children and grandchildren. So, and I am connecting here to the spaghetti connection, to the spaghetti idea. I come from an Italian company and a cable manufacturer, and not even in this case we want to do a spaghetti solution. I think that the cable manufacturers will need to bring cost-effective solutions through R&D, but there will be as well a necessity of planning. Because unless we build a comprehensive planning for the 2050 vision, we will do wrong investments. And under my point of view, let me make sure how the offshore wind is decreasing its cost of energy from 200 euro megawatt to 40 euro megawatt is mostly by economies of scale, by larger turbines, larger wind parks, and I think that for the cables is the same. We will need higher voltages, larger cables, larger infrastructures that will be shared among many projects, hybrid projects. And this will require two things: planning and, in some way, courage, because we will do investments that there is not a business case for tomorrow. That we will not have to build networks that we don't know that there will be the offshore wind. And there will be a requirement of the society believing. And the mission of the cable manufacturers is to make it as a low-regret investment. So make it in a way that it's pay as you grow and it's not too expensive. And this will require mostly new technologies and R&D.
Many thanks. Interesting. You mentioned the enormous amount of investment that this will take. This brings me to my colleague on the left, Mr. Hotner. Statnett is also planning to invest heavily in upgrading the Norwegian grid in order to cope with a lot of renewables. That will take enormous investments as well. How do you plan to do that the most cost-effective way? Has that to do with flexibility and integration of storage, or your opinion, please? How can you do this most cost-effectively?
Yeah, it's of course a lot to do about trying to calculating the future needs. And I think what my speaker before me said, that we are looking into such an enormous amount of investment in, for us in particular, wind, offshore, also onshore. So trying to look at that, we need to interconnect for sure, and then we need also to strengthen the internal grid in Norway in order to allow for that. And then also we just have to look at all the challenges that we are facing, and the amount of forest fires, the amount of extreme wind that is a challenge to the grid. All these things we need to take into account for our grid planning. But I think the key thing is that increasingly, we are looking towards 2050, and we do this retro perspective. So given climate neutrality in 2050, and you take it back, what does it take? And then, as we know from the National Energy and Climate Plan, the NESPs, this is the way we have to do it increasingly also in the grid planning.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Frans from ABB. You mentioned grid optimization, which is crucial to get, let's say, the reliability of the grid, to get grid security as well, and avoid the spaghetti approach. What in your company, or what in your view, is the role of digitization to achieve that in the best possible way? Can you give examples?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, that's actually a key word that I would have also mentioned myself. As Remy said, when we provide a transformer or interconnection or something, it's there for 40, 50, hopefully longer, right? So if we do it, we better do it right. And therefore, the possibilities which digitalization offers need to be seized now, very urgently, especially when we come to offshore grids, for example. I mean, it was said before that the North Seas are a rough environment, and if for the next decades, whenever something goes wrong, you have to send in helicopters into an offshore substation or somewhere, that will become very expensive and definitely not cost effective. So what we need to focus in terms of innovation demonstrators are digital solutions, not only, of course, in the prosumer area, but just in the grid operation area, just that we know how much electricity is passing through when and where, how, what the temperature, what the vibrations are of various parts of transformers somewhere outside places where we can actually look at them or measure them ourselves. That sounds quite, that doesn't sound that exciting, but it actually is if you think about grid optimization in terms of cost optimization.
Thank you. That the link with digitization, I think, brings me to Mr. Nijk, because I think with increasing digitization and the Internet of Things as well connected to that, it all makes it very, very vulnerable to cyber attacks. So, in your experience, can you give us examples of where we need urgently the innovation in terms of cybersecurity in the grid specifically?
Well, it's in the grid, but also it's the infrastructure that is connected to the grid, like, for instance, the electric vehicle charging infrastructures. There is quite some capacity being deployed as we speak and going forward very fast, whereas the security of this types of equipment is not really addressed. It's not really addressed. There are no hard incentives. If you take, like, for instance, the grid domain is covered by the NIS directive. So the grid operators have clear incentives to take care of security. But in the peripherals, this is not the case because they are not addressed by the NIS directive. And this is an area where you have, let's say, a multi-stakeholder environment where we see a clear risk that we really need to speed up, that we need to bring into practice high qualitative security requirement sets, and to make sure that they are deployed in procurement. I mean, if you don't ask for security, you will not get it. It's all, let's say, tendering type of business, European tendering. And this means that there is really an urgency call as far as I'm concerned. From the side of the grid operators, you could argue that they can kind of object against connecting insecure equipment. However, legislation will not allow that in many cases. And for the parties deploying this type of infrastructure, but it's not only this type of infrastructure, it's also home appliances, and everything, like, for instance, radio wave ovens with a certain capacity, if there are many of them, if they are remotely accessible, then they are a risk. And so this is, I think, where there's a clear gap at the moment in addressing those, and we really need to speed up. And this is also why in our association we have identified this issue, and we are working with our stakeholders to do the risk analysis for the various sites, and we're taking this at the moment for the distributed energy resources, to establish this requirement sets and to work with industry to make sure that it's also feasible to implement against them. From the authority side, to enforce that they will be used, and that if there are, let's say, gaps found, that they will be addressed, is, I believe, still also a gap.
Mr. Gill, a quick reaction from your side?
I wanted to comment from the experience. I see in the cable industry, of course, we have the customers, TSOs like Statnet, that have requirements on digitalization, and we have the manufacturers who have solution. And in the middle, there is something like the cyber fear, that it's in some way preventing this innovation. And of course, I'm sorry not to having the solution, but I am just stressing a problem, that we speak among people who understand about networks, but maybe we don't understand as much about cyber security, and we need cyber enabling.
Thank you very much, because I invite you to come to us with your solutions, and we can, look into them. We can, if not existent, also help you to create the requirement sets. Because, I mean, it's clear, it's the load levels that you can achieve with this type equipment are such that, the balance of the grid at the European level can be at stake. And therefore, I think we have the responsibility to do it. We know how to do it. We can do it. We have the expertise. But it's also a matter of not being afraid of going through the process and, working together on this.
Quick reaction from Mr. Hotner.
Yeah, I just want to underline the importance of working together in parallel with cybersecurity and digitalization, and also what we are trying to do to understand that this is not only an issue for the IT department; it's a total full company responsibility that everybody needs to do. And so what we are doing, have been doing now, I think we are into our second class of digital minds. So we do a sort of involving the whole company into develop a understanding of digitalization, but also cybersecurity.
Can I have one short question to Mr. Sipos from Slovakia? You mentioned that you're integrating the electricity market between Czech Republic and Slovakia, and you use smart grid technologies that will help you to do that. Can you give us some examples how you use smart grid technologies to do that?
As I mentioned, the situation within the project ACAN is a bit unusual when it comes to the European dimension, because between the two countries we have already an existing DSO connection between at 22 kV and also 110 kV level. When it comes to the smart solutions and also the digital solutions within our project, the project consists of three big parts, it can be said. The first part is solving the existing cross-border connections, and we are implementing smart devices in order to increase the potential of these existing lines. So within the project, we are not building new interconnectors, we are just implementing measures to increase the usage of these existing lines. The second part of the project is to modernize or smartize the existing transformation stations at a high voltage level. As it was mentioned, it is very important for the distribution company to know some technical features about the transformation stations in terms of temperatures, in terms of humidity, in terms of vibrations, in terms of what is going in and leaving the transformation stations. And when you have a set of, in our case, it's going to be a set of hundreds of transformation stations involved, it can create for us the portfolio to make also smart asset solutions in order to avoid outages and damages in the grid. And cybersecurity is also one of the elementary part of our project, and the communication between the smart elements is going to be solved by a closed grid. There is going to be a connection via digital optical link, lines between the items within the grid. And once we have the data, because we are sure that the next age when it comes also to the clean energy package, when we would like to let energy storages to be connected, when we would like to get the flexibility working at the DSO level or the prosumers and aggregators, we need to have data. Because from our perspective, the distribution company is not going to be the one who is going to act as an aggregator, most probably. Not going to be the one who is going to be the most active in terms of flexibility services. But we are sure that all these new market potentials, including also some peer-to-peer trading, are not going to be possible without having sufficient data at the DSO level. So therefore, the distribution company shall be the one who is going to own this data, who is going to handle and secure this data, and provide this data to the market participants who are entitled to get access to this data. So therefore, the fourth element of our project is quite a massive investment into the IT part, including also hardware and software investments, because what we would like to do, and it is one of the core ideas of the project, we would like to make our distribution system. It makes a distribution system serving over 1 million customers in terms of the Czech and the Slovak market, and we include also the project Ingrid. We are approaching the market of overlapping 3 million customers, a market overlapping several terawatt hours of electricity, to be this market, as a distribution grid, as a platform that is ready to connect the new market entries. So therefore, we think that really the digitalization and all the items that were mentioned, the protection of the data, are going to be the key topics for distribution companies in the future. And therefore, we would like to make the investments into these technologies and into these investments now.
Many thanks. I'd like to close off my questions coming back to research and innovation perspective with a question to Mr. Garold. You have worked, or you are working, in several Horizon 2020 projects. One of them you mentioned is the SBI, the Smart Border Initiative. Can you give us a few takeaway messages of working together in European research based on your experience in these projects?
The main idea of the SBI project is not only to work on smart grid and to do a cost benefits analysis to see if it makes sense or if it brings value to the whole system to build a medium voltage line between France and Germany. This is, of course, the beginning and the first idea of the project, but the beauty of the Smart Border Initiative is what we could call a smart sector integration. We are not only working on smart grid, we're also working on the electric mobility. Between Lorraine and Saarland, every day there is 100,000 workers crossing the border. One day they will use electrical cars to do so. We need to be sure that the grid on both sides will be ready to charge those cars. And we are also working with sector coupling. In France, sector coupling is not that much popular, completely different in Germany. That's why we would like to see how electrical distribution grid and heating and cooling grid could cooperate much more, bringing flexibility to each other.
Many thanks. We reached, on paper at least, the end of our allocated time. We started 10 minutes late, so I would allow, if possible, for still a question from the audience, if there are any. We have done a lot of speaking on our side, but maybe you have some questions, burning questions. Seeing no further requests that enables us to finish on time, then can I just invite you to join me in thanking our panelists for this last session of today, and then handing over to closing the session to the organization.
Thank you very much. So indeed, you've heard a lot of speakers over the last 2 days. I think we've probably had about 10 panels and probably something like 50 speakers. So I won't add a lot to what has been said. It is thanks to our panelists and speakers and to you, the audience, that I think we've had quite interesting exchanges and we've discussed practical ways on how to implement the key projects of common interest that we're talking about. I think we've had this discussion at a very interesting point in time. The new commission just took office at the beginning of this week, and clearly one of the key concerns of this new commission is going to be the ambition in terms of climate and energy policy. To be precise, it's in the first 100 days that Commission President von der Leyen has proposed to bring forward the Green Deal communication and define the way forward. For us, I think it is clear that what the Green Deal will need is a modern and appropriate infrastructure And for that, our instruments that we've discussed over the last days will remain key for sure. The 10E regulation and the PCI label have been instrumental to provide secure, sustainable, competitive and affordable energy to households and businesses over the past 5 years, but a lot remains to be done. We've discussed the investment gap, which is quite substantive. We have just adopted in the Commission the 4th PCI list, which is fit for purpose, which points to the direction of the future, thanks to a robust cooperation which involved regulators, promoters, member states, environmental organizations, and of course the project promoters themselves. We have identified those pieces of infrastructure which are necessary to make the Green Deal a reality. And we are working with Parliament and Council and count on them to ensure that this exercise is brought to a successful end. This conference, over the past 2 days, you've listened to a number of speakers going, I think, into very practical issues. There are too many of them to reiterate them all. Maybe just 3 or 4 key takeaways that I've noted. One of them is clearly that we need to lay the ground for a more participatory and inclusive process in bringing our projects about. That reflects also the needs of local communities. That issue of how to further enhance the social acceptance, in particular of the big infrastructure projects that we need, I think remains with us, and we've heard a lot of interesting thoughts about how to overcome the issues which we still have in that respect. Second, we've heard about the existing regulatory and financial toolbox, which is, I think, quite vast, but we need to use it fully and perhaps better coordinate the different instruments that we have with the intention to leverage private capital, which will remain the core of making our projects come about, complemented by public finances in a very targeted and intelligent manner. Thirdly, I think we further need to intensify the dialogue between project promoters and competent authorities on how to address remaining bottlenecks in permitting and procurement. This is what we've heard about today. Very important issues. And perhaps as a resume, last but not least, we need to also fully reap the benefits of the new technologies, which will allow us, hopefully, to bring about a project pipeline of new projects of a new kind, which again are going to be the cornerstone of making the Green Deal a reality on the ground. The 10E framework, as we know it, will adapt to this changing environment. We are looking as a Commission into how to further equip the policy, such as to reflect the uptake of clean technologies and renewables in our grid, whilst maintaining energy security and mainstreaming best practices in building interconnectors. This is a beginning of a joint effort for which we rely on you, and I think this second edition of the PCI Days, which now comes to a close, has been a very good exercise in cooperative management. This is why at the very end I would just like to thank again everybody involved. I would like to thank in particular the project promoters, which have been exposing their projects here in the PCI garden. I think this is the heart of the exercise, that you're able to look at the projects and exchange experience. I would, of course, also like to thank all the panelists which have been here over the last 2 days, which have helped us to exchange best practice with their insights from the projects that they have gained. I would like to thank the colleagues from all the institutions which have been here, in particular from INEA, and last but not least, I would, of course, like to thank colleagues from DG Energy and particularly for Unit B1, who have organized this second edition of the PCI Days in what I think was an excellent manner. And I hope that you will all be back in 1 year or so for the third edition of this conference. Thanks very much.
Projects of common interest are major infrastructure facilities that connect energy networks across Europe, ensuring that secure, clean and affordable energy reaches all citizens. They will make it possible to complete the European internal energy market and meet the EU's objective of secure, sustainable and affordable energy. New infrastructure means new electricity lines, gas pipelines, high-voltage electric systems and much more. PCI's, projects of common interest, help energy travel more efficiently over land, underground